Okay, I'm in the show. I'm not sure what we're doing here because now I think I'm by myself. Hello? How am I live by myself on somebody else's channel? Do we know this answer? Oh, guys, I know that's not the right. I know that's not the real Penelope. That's just Michelle. That's Michelle being an asshole because Michelle is just that type of person. So, but let's play nice. We love our cow Val. We love our hello. I'll greet everybody while we're waiting. Hi, Plant Lady. Hi, Flame Mom. Hi, Foofer. Hi, Share Bear 666. Hi, Shauna Al.
Okay, are we both there?
I think
I
we
think we
are.
are. Woo! I'm learning things. I'm getting better. I'm getting better here. Okay, so now let's see if I can
I was
get
like,
back
how
into
am
the
I
chat
by
because now I'm in the
myself?
private chat. Let me see. Comments. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but I
Can you
think
hear
we're
me still? Now I'm out
echoing.
of back. Am I okay? Can the chat hear me? And can Snow White hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Can the chat hear me? Can the chat hear me? Yay! Did I do it? Woo! Okay, yeah, because so somebody ran into a telephone pole up a couple miles up, and so that's the thing. Here it is, this beautiful sunny Sunday afternoon, and the man was drunk as shit. I will post the pictures because I'm the goon that goes running out of my house when something happens, and I go and find out where it is.
Are we echoing? And do you have? Oh crud! I'm echoing.
Okay, so on
Should I?
your end, there's going to be a thing to end echo, or it's on the volume. Exactly, Calvel. Exactly. Good segue for the drunk driving a hole Michelle or whoever she wanted to be today. Like I said, when I just asked her if she wants to dock shit, well, how about what's that thing with A1 Electric? Yeah, let's talk about that. You want to talk? Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. It's like burping to me. Fuck you.
Did
Whoop whoop.
that work?
I just heard a little bit of echo. Okay, Shauna. Oh, you have no idea.
Any
It's like,
better?
yeah. Is that better?
No,
Um,
no, I don't
well,
think so.
I mean, here I am. I'm 51, and I can
Should
say that are you still
should I
echoing, honey?
leave and come back in?
There's gonna be a settings. So if you look at your
I did
phone, there
that.
will be
I
and
did
then it
that. I
should.
went into audio and I hit echo cancellation.
So that should be fine. I hear you good.
I think everybody else can hear an echo.
Okay, Wow says not better. Let's see here. Do you want to pop out and try again?
Yeah, I'll leave and come back in.
What the? You know what? How could this idiot scam people into paying for her vacations now for the summer, airline, hotel, and everything? Like I said, what am I doing wrong? Because, I have to sit there and try to scrape up all this stuff, skip this, skip that, to get this, to be able to go out of town for the weekend. And we never did anything until our kids were 18. Like we did not go we had not left the kids overnight till they were 18. Um, so like I say, still for us to be able to go on anything and do what we do, we budget, we go without so we can save up and stuff. How is this fool that has all of, that she has food stamps, all of her bills have been paid for how long? Let me see here. Authenticated with YouTube. So you're at the authenticated. So then why won't it let me add you to the stream? It should be able to let me add you to the stream. Weren't echoing until I came in. Okay. I'm so sorry, you guys, that it's taken me, but I don't have any power on my phone because we've been without power for 4 hours. So let me see here. It says authenticated with YouTube. Okay, well that's wonderful. And it says edit name, edit mic settings. Okay, Bell, exactly. He saved every year to take. Well, we didn't even get to go. Awesome. I'm gonna figure out. How to get 3 of you to mod. Um, it says edit mic settings. Now it says echo cancellation is there. So for Snow White, it should be there. I've just got to figure out how to get add to stream. Oh, did
Am I
it
in?
work?
Am I in?
Yeah.
Hey. Am I echoing?
And I put.
Am I echoing?
No.
I think
No.
maybe a little bit.
It sounds good.
It's okay for me, but I don't know about anybody else.
It sounds good. Oh, Jenny JJ is without power too? Does she has she let it be known where she lives? Is she in Minnesota?
I don't know, but I heard something about. I thought Bombshell was without power too.
Wonder if we're all neighbors.
I kept hearing all of these people were without power.
We probably all live within the same 1 mile area.
And you're all nearby Katie Joy.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Aren't you all near Katie Joy? I thought.
Oh no, I'm like her freaking neighbor. Are the other two near her too?
I don't know. When you said they might all be near you, and I said, and then you're near Katie Joy.
I wonder if the others are because. Oh, Star Mama says turn YouTube off. Do you have YouTube?
Nope.
Going on yours? No. Okay. So it sounds good. Hi, Star Mama. You had no power from 7 to 6,
yes,
and I know Star Mama.
Yes, I do. Does that
okay?
Solve it now?
Star Mama's awesome at this. Star Mama has been a mod for. She's like a professional mod. Okay, so I wonder if the storms are causing no power. Mine was due to a person hitting a power pole, and I will put it up on my community thing. And then Kelval says, "Get out of YouTube."
I did. I'm out of YouTube.
Okay. Oh, we have another troll. So if they've never seen you, how do they know about how you look? I mean, this is my thing, and you know,
because Michelle is obsessed with weight.
She is, but you know what? You want to know
why
she's? You want to know why she's so fucking flabby? You want to know why? You guys are going to hear it exclusive here on the Tabitha Jane Show. You want to know why she's flabby and has that weird skinny fat? You guys ready to hear why? You guys want to know? Do you want to know?
I do now.
You want to know why? She used to use and abuse anabolic steroids.
Oh yeah, we did know that. Yeah, I think most people knew that.
Oh dang! I thought that I was the one going to release it. I've been holding back for so long in her lies and lies and lies that go, and I'm just like holding it back because so yeah, because she does have that weird skinny fat thing, and she's just so obsessed with fatness, and it's like, okay, she's not attractive skinny, and like when I put that bikini pic of her on the Twitter, when she figured out Twitter in 2009, starts pecking in the same thing. I'm divorcing my husband. I'm sick of him using me. I'm a Sunday school teacher. I'm obsessed with the Discovery Channel. I'm gonna be single. And meanwhile, she's got this picture of her in a bikini talking about Sunday school, talking about the Discovery Channel, and then she talks about her kids in there and about how her kids said when Michael Jackson died, they said one less red dot in the area because she taught her kids that the pettis are the ones with the red dots on the map. And her old address, you couldn't even see, like talking about a dartboard, all of these little red dots. So that's where she comes from. So when she wants to act like she's so rich and so much better than anybody else, yeah, when she doesn't have a man putting her up in a big house, she has to live in the pedo houses. So that's how she taught her kids. But she didn't have them long enough to teach them much. So you know what? If she's actually here, maybe
Does
we can
this
talk to her.
is this any better?
Yeah,
No
and
echo.
Star Mama. So the way that it was is that when she was let's see, she had okay. So whoever she well like any
Wait,
entity, it
wait,
has to
is
have a
this
human
better with
host.
the echo?
Calval says no.
Still echoing, huh? Well, I've got earbuds. I have earbuds. I have earbuds in.
Thanks, you guys. Thank you guys so much for all of the advice. And I really am sorry. As you guys can all see, I'm not technologically advanced. Hi, Breesh. How are you? And I'm sorry that I've not caught up with saying hi to everybody. I really appreciate that you're here. And I really appreciate all of your patience with me that I've been when I was on Snow White's the other day. It was my technical issues. And here, I'm really sorry. My microphone is a snowball mic and it wasn't picking up on StreamYard. And so then it took out the whole audio system. So the videos I had done earlier in the week had no audio. So I put this one up that I spent 3 hours on and it had no freaking audio. And so I'm just having a heck of a time trying to get everything. Well, thank you, Star Mama, for confirming that. I think the echo is still a little bit on Snow White's. I know that when I was
I closed out everything. Every single thing is closed out now on my end. Is that better?
Is that better? Um, let's see.
And I do have headphones in.
Okay.
The only thing I can do is leave again and come back in.
I
Okay,
think
leave and come back in. I'll leave and come back in.
You think so?
They're telling me yes. They're telling me they're still getting an echo.
Really?
Yeah,
I'm
so
so
let me leave and
sorry.
come back in. It's okay.
Okay. Okay. Um, let's see. Oh, we have some Eiler Danlos friends in here. I have fibromyalgia too, so if Michelle wants to go with that, well, you know what, Bish, that's why I went along with my that's why I went and I came out with my Suboxone story because of all of my illnesses and injuries and everything else. I'm in severe chronic pain 24/7, nothing I can do about it. So instead of being an addict, because I wanted to be a good mom to my children, I researched Suboxone and how it can be a treatment option for chronic pain, and I went that way. And so, um, when I did my Suboxone story, I had hoped that that would maybe inspire Michelle, but instead, Lisa C. There's the link, Snow White Honey. So instead of me having that positive effect, that maybe Michelle would listen to me at some point and hear that, you know what, Suboxone would be an amazing option for her. She would thrive with the right Suboxone dosing. She could do really well. She would be that target patient. And that's where I did the panel with exactly. It has saved so many of our lives. We are functional because of it. I was decrepit in a bed for 10 years. Now methadone built up in my system and I had that kind of thing. And you have to be really careful with the dosing on it. I was only taking like 8 mg where like I know somebody in town, she's taking 200 mg and it's not building up for her. But even with 8 mg, it was building up in me. And so it was not working right. Oh, you have IC. Okay. I have Crohn's and, so I have Crohn's, interstitial cystitis, all kinds of things. I had 26 automatic qualifiers for SSDI. I was owed, over 100,000 in back pay, and I didn't get SSDI because my lawyer thought it was such a clear-cut case. He'd never seen anything like it. That when he had another case, he went to that one for an L&I hearing and sent his paralegal, who had just been hired in the week, and the judge absolutely laughed me all the way out. So to see that she gets SSDI, has her account flush full with SSDI, food stamps, everything, has not had one bill to pay, not even her cell phone, and sits there and begs and begs and begs and begs for food and everything because all it matters is that she's a 2-year-old and wants to be on the floor crying and crying and crying and doxing and doxing and doxing until she gets a little cookie, and all that is a cash app. Give her cookie so she'll shut up. People think she never shuts up. She'll get back on because it's all about money to that entity. Are you there, honey?
I am.
I
Is that any
am.
better
Is
now?
that any better now?
I think it sounds good. Okay, two of a kind. Okay, so the methadone did that to you too? Okay. So see, when I did because I Snow White, I started doing. I have so many emails of people who are broken and in pain for all of the PTSD and terrible memories that Michelle has brought up for them because of the terrible ways in which she has talked about every subject. And so I started wanting to do a series of healing panels because I thought her little reign of terror was going to end when she, lost her house at the end of May. So I started them, and I did with Possum Wrangler, and I found a lot of people in our community are on Suboxone. So when Lisa C wanted to dismiss all of us by saying, half of the people in your chat, half of the people coming for you are on Suboxone. And so that made it so that Michelle weaponized Suboxone and started making fun of, oh, you're all on Suboxone and you have no teeth. And it's like, Bish, I don't know how much longer those things are going to stay in your face because her teeth are not good. If she went to a dentist right about now, oh, let's see what they'd say, because I can tell you that Suboxone does a heck of a number on your teeth. I did not know that. I had no cavities for 20 some years, and then the Suboxone, it does something with the saliva, so it caused that. So I had 30 cavities, had to have one root canal, and I went and had one pulled because I couldn't stand the pain. So my teeth are absolutely beautiful. I'm missing one, and I'm gonna get an implant, but I've got to save money because I don't beg like an asshole. But Star Mama, yes, I have severe peripheral neuropathy too, and from the knees down and my elbows down, I don't have, I'm missing 90% of my small fiber nerves. So the pain is terrible. And now the shingles, you guys get this. I went to this freaking neighborhood clusterfuck yesterday, and this little girl walks by me and she has chicken pox on her. You know how you can tell chicken pox on her forehead with the crusting. And I'm going, oh shit. Everybody here is going to get it. And it's going to make those of us who are too old to have gotten the vaccine get shingles. I'm like, oh. So see, there are so many. Let's see. Exactly, Shauna. I'm sorry that Lisa C lost her son, but you know what? She isn't nice, and she caused a lot of damage into this community. Hi, YouTube is watching. Hello. Hi, Snow White, you want to try, honey, and see what if you have an echo?
Well, let me tell you what my questions were, just in case I do.
Okay.
I was hoping that you could kind of compare and contrast Michelle and Katie Joy. Both overly sexualized, both with the alcohol and the narcissism. They both have the tics. So in Katie Joy's case, it's the touching the hair, the yawning, the rolling of her eyes, touching of the nose. They both obsess on their child and seem to be punishing towards them. And her attitude towards not being in the shiny happy people thing. And then I gave everybody homework last night, going over all of the tics. I literally pulled every tic apart in Michelle's last live stream. And the chat can tell you that, and I can tell you that from the chat, but I don't want to keep echoing in everybody's ear.
How did that sound, you guys? Does Snow White sound as perfect as she is?
No, everybody. I'm just so I'm going to drop down to the chat. But now you've heard what my questions are, and I did go over yesterday everything that I felt with the mouth, and I pointed out all the key moments where she shit, receipts, exercise equipment. Where is it your business with the fingers? And then the key points. I went over all of them with everybody where she was licking her mouth, and she seemed to really have paid attention to what we said because she was trying to block the screen from showing the mouth and holding her eyebrows. So now I'm going to drop down.
So he's gonna clip my evil laugh because you know how many things I've dropped along the way. I've been dropping rabbit turds all the time in the things I see in the things that I see and say. So I drop these little rabbit turds to see if she's listening, and I watch her respond every time. It's so funny because that's the thing is I had said something about her mouth before, so that's why she fights it so hard, and she'll start doing, and she does the sucking dick thing, where you put the tongue in the bottom of your mouth, of your cheek, and you're not going, oh, you know what I mean? Like when you look at a guy and you're like, oh, you want a little, when you can't pay for your oil change and you didn't bring your credit card, you go, you know how that goes? Well, that's what she is doing. She does the weird dick sucking thing, and her mouth is stretched out too. So this is me saying it. It's not Snow White. I'm the asshole here. That's fine because I think Michelle's here. So anyway, if the Michelle entity is here, I feel like I'm channeling on a Ouija board here. Michelle, is that you? Let's see. Sorry you had to step down. I'm so sorry that I can't figure out. Let's see. Did see talk to text? Okay, so it's your, what is it, autonomic nervous system, where she can't fight it. The micro expressions is your brain trying to give the body language to what you are saying, and that's where you get the duper's delight. That's where you get the tell. That's where you know now when she's lied. If you go back in the video when the police came up and she went out there, I redid or updated some of Penelope's videos, and I have it there in my 33, now it'll be 34 set of podcasts to get caught up with all things Michelle. If you look at that day when the cops came, and now knowing the history that you do, it is so funny because she knew they were coming. So she went out and set up a freaking tripod for them to come in. Now remember that they're approaching this house with the knowledge that we may not have of smell-o-vision. We don't have to smell her, but we can see her. And so they have had to smell her. And when they came in to save Etienne, who had barricaded himself because she let off one of his pew-pews at him because he was trying to leave again. And so she didn't know about the back thing, so she cut her hand in the attempt. And so then he went up and barricaded himself. He went to get safety. A good military man knows how to not engage, keep themselves and everybody else that they can safe. That's what a military man is going to do. We do not have our military men engaging because they have to disengage because anything else could be seen as an act of war. So if they're out on the street and somebody's taunting them and shooting at them or whatever, even, they cannot shoot back because it could be considered an act of war. So a good military man, as Etienne is, would know to go and barricade himself, ask for help. And that's what he did. So the cops, the sheriff in town, and the sheriff said came that day, they have the knowledge of what she has previously done and how we don't know how many other little antics she's pulled. So the last time they went, or when they went into save Etienne, they came in there with the SWAT team, and she headbutted a lieutenant. Like I say, if I had a history of headbutting a lieutenant, you guys would not be hearing me now. I'd be the one in the nut bin that, you guys could, come and visit on Christmas and Thanksgiving, maybe bring me some special cheese and crackers every once in a while. That's where I'd be if I would have pulled that. How she got off and into the free world after doing that is beyond me. Probably because she's a white woman. Because I'm going to tell you, a lot of people have lost their lives doing something much less aggressive, if we will. So she sets it up for them to come in because she knew that was the day when Molly and everybody called in. So they come to the door with knowing that she had scratched, bit, pissed on the EMTs when they tried to help her and got her to the ER and all that stuff. They have all this history. So now think back to that moment. Think back to that video when the cops come and they knock at the door. And she's like, yeah, come on in, come on in, come on in. And they're like, no, we're not coming in, because they're not going to go behind closed doors with her. They're not going to do it. And she's like, that's it, come on in, come on in. And I'm gonna add you to the stream. So she goes, come on in, and they're continuing to go, no. So she's like, all right, you won't come on in. I'm gonna take this outside. So she takes the freaking tripod that she films herself all the time, takes the tripod outside, and has the balls to tell the cops to step to her camera, so she can do her film so well. So she then, after they, repeatedly telling them what to do and what not, and they asked for her driver's license only because she insisted upon wanting to file a report against Molly. So because of the report, they asked for her driver's license. I know I've had a lot of people watch that video and say that the sheriff's department did not have the right to ask her for identification. They did, because she demanded that they do a report against somebody else. So then that went there. And if you watch the body language and the looks on these cops' faces, well, they're trying not to laugh. They can't look at each other because they're just going to roll over in laughter, knowing the history she has, where they know that she's like a rabid dog, but, keep her nice, keep her calm, everything's fine. Otherwise, she's going to come and bite and piss on you, and it's all over for the day. So they're just like, all right, you don't need anything else from us? All right, we're going to go. And she's like, oh, no, you're not. You're not going to go. And they're like, yeah, we're going to be leaving now. And they get down the frickin' driveway of hell, right? And they leave. And then she comes back in the house with the door shut and starts jumping the fuck up like she's on a trampoline to the tripod and going, did you see that? I told them to fuck off. I told them. Did you see me tell them? Well, you watch her face. And that is when I first noticed the eyebrows. The eyebrows are a complex system. Like I said, it's like the levator super chilly and the elevator super chilly. So there's these complex things that move the eyebrows, and I've never seen them as strong as hers. Because number one, she has the Dracula hairline. So the Dracula hairline, she looks just like in the Munsters, little Eddie. So she looks like freaking little Eddie from the Munsters sitting there, and then those eyebrows are going all the way up into the weird Eddie Munster hairline. And she's like, did you see that? Did you see me? I jumped up and I told them, fuck off, motherfuckers. We're all going, you screamed that when it was clear that they were already down the driveway driving the fuck off. But no, she's in there and she's jumping up like she's so tough and everything. That's the one where I saw the eyebrows doing it. Then I noticed the weird pushing the tongue into the bottom of her jaw, pushing the tongue to the bottom of her jaw, inside the cheek, just like we would if we had like a piece of parsley in our teeth or something. She'll do it, and that tongue will jet back and forth, because her body, and now let's talk about it too, because she's on alcohol and benzos, so those are also interfering with her brain signals. So she's lost some of her inhibition. So her body is trying to fight all this, and she's trying to keep a straight, tough face. But her body is betraying her because of everything going on. So she's doing everything she can to not let that her mouth turn upwards in a smile. So she's doing that, and it's funny. And you just watch every aspect of her face fight her. Her body wants to nod. Her body wants to do something else. Her body wants to shake her head. She can't do it. And it's funny as shit to watch. Do you have an echo now, Snow White?
Somebody said that we can, if we still have an echo, you can mute when I talk, and the echo might go away. Because I've tried everything else.
So because it's echoing in mine.
Maybe, I don't know. So if you mute when I talk, and then I mute when you're talking. it might go away. So let's try. If not,
Okay.
I'll drop down again.
Okay, let me
Are
see
you
here.
muted?
So edit. Just a second. Okay, you talk and I'll mute.
Okay, did that fix the problem? Yes, it looks like it did, because now I am not hearing any echo at all. Right? Are we free of echo, guys? Are we free, or am I silent too? We're free of echo. Okay. So then the question is, how does that compare and contrast with Katie Joy? And then I was reading a study the other night that said something about, it was by a doctor by the name of Louise Maller. And she was saying that one way you can spot a narcissist pretty darn quickly is that their smile will not go all the way up to their eyes. That would be my question. So, how can we talk about Katie Joy and how we might spot those similarities? I turn it over to the expert.
Ah, the eyes. They always say the Irish smile with their eyes. You got Irish smiling eyes. A true smile is in the eyes. It goes all the way up. It is genuine. It is warm. When you smile with another person, you're engaging every single thing, and that's where, with the duper's delight, as the FBI calls it, that's where it is that non-genuine smile, and you very much see that with KJ. KJ is a very, very angry, frigid woman that is angry about everything that has ever happened in her life. And the thing that is funny is that, and I'll tell you this story, Snow White, quickly before I go back into that. So we almost built our house four doors down from her, about 4 doors down, well, across the street, and then there. And I had no knowledge of her or anything. This was about 4 years ago, and something fell through with the deal. It was kind of horrible when it happened. I had more cardiac complications. I had a heart attack when I was 36, so I have congestive heart failure. So something had happened, and I was not allowed to do stairs anymore, so we could not buy that house. We needed a Rambler. But anyway, as everything has turned out in my life, and when I found that out and I saw, her address is very public, I was like, what? I was like, that was that's on all my sale documents. It's just a few. So yeah, I almost was literally down the street from her. So I was like, by the grace of God, saved me. But yeah, I really, really see it in Katie Joy has to try to conceal the angry, negative ways that she is. I had a fortune cookie the other day when I was talking about her, and it was kind of funny because the fortune cookie said, pessimism never won any battle. Okay, and I think that's hilarious. And then it says, change your thoughts and you will change the world. That's what my 2 fortune cookies said when I was talking about KJ. And I thought about it because she is fundamentally negative. One of my children has cerebral palsy. So I can tell you that I'm very familiar with some of the medical places that she claims that she's been. And I can tell you how she's very inaccurate and how that place is in relation to her and some of the events that were happening with our rioting and stuff in town, and how she was saying it was right by her. Nothing is true. So as I watch creators who don't know where she is in relation, they don't even realize all of the lies she's saying. They have no idea. And it's funny because I can see them. I can see these lies, and I could prove it on a map. So I know even more about the lies. But the way that when my son, so my youngest are twins, and my 3 youngest were born in 2 days less than 365 days. So for one entire day, 3 of my children are the same age. So I have a total of 6 kids, and my 3 youngest were 3 under the age of 1, 3 under the age of 13 months, whatever. And my second husband, who's the father of my youngest 3, probably, haha. But he was in the Navy, and so he was gone quite a bit. So here I am with 3 babies, and one with cerebral palsy, and the twins had been preemie, and my next oldest had been preemie. So as he was having his stroke, I was inpatient, thank goodness, because I had problems with going into labor. So I was upside down in a position to try and keep everything in. And I was on a magnesium drip for 6 weeks, and it was terrible. And they were doing their checks, and he didn't respond. And so they thought that he was no longer with us. And so they took me down to a C-section to see what had happened with Twin B. And I made all kinds of deals on that way, rolling down to the operating room, and I begged God. I was like, I can't deal with that. I can't have a twinless twin. I cannot do this. I'm like, yes, I dropped out of nursing school, but I'm competent enough to do everything to care for him in whatever way you can give him to me, but I cannot have a twinless twin, and I don't want to have this. So please, please, please give him to me whichever way you can. I will love him, and I will optimize every single day to make sure that he has an amazing life, and I will optimize his potential. I promise God. And so when we had this, when the C-section went and he's out and he's crying, he's blue, but he's alive. And I, really, really have held that promise that every day it is my job to optimize his potential. So, he's 19. He is the smartest kid. Everybody loves him. He can't write because he can't handwrite, so he can type faster than anybody. He couldn't ride a bike, so he learned how to outfish every freaking angler in how many states over. So, and that was because I took him to the same places that KJ bitches about. I took him there, and I took my kids 3 times a week to PT, OT, and speech 3 times a week until they were 3 years old, and then as needed, as we moved out here, as they needed it, all the way up until they were like 12. They all needed help, but you know what? They all graduated with honors, 0 problems whatsoever. I never once bitched about it. The places that she goes for medical treatment that she bitches about are the places that my children remember as having the best time of their life, because I made it that way. It was that we were going there, and there are amazing things there that they can play on, and the food, I'd let them have their own little picnic there. They met little friends there. It is a beautiful, wonderful place. Have you heard her say the same thing? She doesn't. She bitches about the places that she has to take him. She bitches about her son's condition. She makes him sound like, he's like Stephen Hawking. And the kid isn't. You can hear him talking, and you can hear by the little bit of talking that you hear that it's her that's inappropriate, that she's an angry, mean mom. And I think it's all in the outlook. It is our jobs to care for our children, and she acts like it is an inconvenience. So for her to obsess about the Duggars and everything, I'm like, you're the asshole in the room. I dare you to take care of as many kids as the Duggars. It's just, she looks at parenting like it's such a burden, and I don't get it. She has 1 kid and can't handle it. Yes, he has challenges, but she has a personal nurse. I never did. I just gave up sleeping and bathing, and it worked, So that's where, I just really feel that when it comes around, she's angry, and her body fights to not show that anger. It's a fake smile in hers. Absolutely, as you don't see the smile in the eyes. You see her looking straight at the camera and trying to make that smile. It's like when a dog tries to smile. You know what a dog looks like when it smiles? That's a Katie Joy smile.
So can you talk about some of the things? Yes. Can you talk about? I'm trying not to echo. Can you talk about some of the things that you saw last night in terms of the licking and the whatnot?
I have not watched it. I've been a busy girl, so I'm just going off of what I've watched in the past. So when she was doing her bagathon last week, I saw it, and that's where. I think it was I See What You Can't clipped that one where she was begging and begging and begging for the airlines. And I think Carrie is here in the chat, and Carrie had called her out and said, I thought you got unlimited. And she's like, well, yeah, I was going to get the unlimited, and then at the last minute I decided not to. Well, then that means all the freaking money's still in your account. So that's where people were. And that's where, when she was saying that, she's getting called out, she starts getting very angry. So Michelle gets angry, and then she'll say something. She'll say it very defensively, and she'll look into that camera. She'll look into it, and then she'll start doing that weird licking, like you say, with her mouth. She probably, what do you call it? an oral fixation, because if she doesn't have a cigarette in her mouth, then her mouth is doing all the weird things too. So the cigarette is kind of her prop, because after she says something, it's not only the nicotine, but it's her putting her mouth around something. And I'm not going to go anywhere else with that, but you know what I'm saying is that she absolutely. Oh, hi. Let's see here. Hello. I think that was a Amber troll.
Yeah,
The
that's a
tongue
fake.
thrust.
That's a fake.
Yeah.
That
The
used
tongue.
to be Tara. That used to be Tara.
Are you kidding me?
No, if you mute, I'll tell you. At
Oh my
one
God. Yes, please tell me.
at one point, Michelle was doing a live, and she got so worked up, and she slipped, and she admitted that the If the Shoe Fits LLC account was Tara, and that Tara was, yeah, comments were banned and removed. Yeah, that was Tara's account. So she must create these fake, hi Breesh. Um, she must do these fake accounts and keep them as her own, because there's no other way it makes sense. She was able to duplicate Sparrow's fake account. She was able to now use the Tara one, and I think she's using the Tara one because people know that was outed as her. And so now she's trying to make Tara look bad, because I don't think that's Tara. I think that's Michelle. Hello? You there?
I I think that if that well, I think that's Tara. I think Tara and Michelle are in this together, laughing all the way. They're going to split the funds. Michelle has Tara convinced that the two of them are going to go all over Hell's Half Acre with an airline ticket and hotel. This is them together. They are doing this together. Tara's not against Michelle. This is the whole game. She's doing everything that she can to convince it, but she's not really released anything that we wouldn't expect. This is all a game. Tara and Michelle are doing these things together. I'm going to mute you so you can talk.
I'm just not totally convinced of that. That doesn't mean that I think Tara is some saint. I just think that they got jealous of one another. That Tara wants to succeed now. Now she's had a taste of all the gifts coming in and all the money, and she realized that there was a limit to how much she was ever going to get as long as she was affiliated with Michelle. And that may be when she cut bait. Now, I don't know, did she say nice things about me because she was hoping that I would somehow be stupid enough to give her my phone number, and we would talk on the phone, and then she would be able to dox me? Maybe. uh, but it seems but
Yes.
it just seems odd that she was saying all those nice things about me if she was in on it with Michelle, because Michelle wouldn't want to hear that at all.
Okay. Um, and we can totally agree to disagree and still be a partnership here in this in the things that we're doing. I
Of
I
course.
it does not matter to me if somebody agrees with anything I say. Now let me ask you something. Did you see the stream when Tara Rat was looking right into the camera and goes, "Oh, I love Michelle. I love Michelle." How could she go from loving, "I love Michelle"? Oh, I love Michelle. She knew everything about Michelle and all of Michelle's ways. She's a struggling single mother that lost her job as an alcoholic and drug dependency counselor because she can't get her boundaries. And she probably was finding boyfriends there. Come on, the writing's on the wall. She's a rat. She's a rat. I'm gonna mute you so you
I
can
don't
comment.
doubt that. I don't doubt that. I just doubt whether it's the question is she a rat connected to Michelle, or is she a rat not connected to Michelle?
She's behind this 100%. The two of them are the two of them absolutely are
That's
are
interesting.
thick as thieves. They're, in my opinion, this is their thing to get all of the information and everything about everybody. When Tara went on skis, it was done for me. When Tara did, that and then was on ski, and it's almost like Michelle had told her everything to say, and she wasn't waiting for ski to even stop. Now, when I was on your panel the other night, I know that it sounds like sometimes I interrupt, but there's that delay, and people don't understand that there is a delay, and so that's there. So, but even with that, she wasn't waiting for Ski to say these things. It's like she had these things ready to say, and when she volunteered so fast, she's like, oh no, I never thought that Michelle stopped drinking. Bitch, you're the one who was telling us that she's an AA and you're so proud of her and how wonderful she's doing, and everybody should be encouraging her for taking these steps and all of this stuff. Come on. And you know what? At the very least, if she isn't 100% into it, what kind of a mother models that behavior to their daughter with special needs and then
Okay.
shows their minor daughter,
On
I'll
that
mute.
front, I will say this. What convinced me, what finally did convince me, because I was like, I don't know. When I watched a bit of the live stream, sometimes when you're watching YouTube, the things roll over to the next thing. When I saw that she was nudging her daughter like a performance, so like she would say, tell people how much you like the thing, and she was nudging the girl, and then she was like, hi meow now, hi Flash, hi Flash, hi Cowbell, like, and then her mom would nudge her again, hi Bell Bill, hi YouTube is watching, hi Diamond City. There was something that was really off with that felt like, I don't know, I didn't feel comfortable, like the kid was doing it out of her own volition, and that really kind of creeped me out. Because if my kid wasn't comfortable, I wouldn't. Well, first of all, I wouldn't have my kid. Kid can't choose. If we say that you can't go into a contract because you can't choose, you lack ability to give informed consent. You can't have sex at 15 because you lack the ability to consent. How you can go on YouTube even with parental, you know if the even with the parental there, you just it all seems so, I don't know, risky to have a kid that young on YouTube. I don't know.
Well, that's the thing is that when I saw it, I I was like, is this even legal? Is this against terms of service to be putting your child on there? Like, it was such a rare thing to see that I question in my mind if it is against terms of service. Now I'm going to tell you that, and with total transparency, that I could be resentful because of my past, but so I'm going to say this with full transparency, but I'm going to also say this with the education that by teaching a child, especially a vulnerable child, that if you lie, you get gifts. That is the way that grooming happens, and that is the entryway for a bad man to come into both of their lives and a bad man to abuse her, because then she knows that mommy showed me how to lie. So if he tells me to lie and he buys me ice cream and I say thank you and I'm happy, mommy taught me to lie. So this is all good all around. This is my fear. This is why people do not put their children on, and this is why people do not tell what their children do. The reason I've not created a gift list or anything like that is because it's special to me and meaningful to me if somebody gives me something. I've been on my own since I was 12. I went through 14 foster homes from the abuse, like I've said, and everything I've had has been my own, and I've earned every single thing that I have. And I go without and I make do and I make the best out of things because that's what I do. So if I were to put up a list, it would be very personal to me that, okay, I want this because of that. And I wouldn't want a stranger to know that personal and intimate knowledge about me and what I like. So for her to put what she wants and what her little girl wants, and then to be sitting there doing that, she is inviting danger. That is stranger danger. That is bad parenting. It's wrong. It is absolutely wrong.
Y-
I'll
you
mute.
know
I'll mute.
yeah, I just want to say this, in case, and I don't know
sometimes tone is difficult to know when you read something and comment, but YouTube is watching, so you understand this conversation started on my channel and now it's continuing on this one because I thought it was a really important one. You can know a narcissist and I can know a narcissist or who we think is a narcissist, and we don't have a common touchstone. We don't have a common experience to say, well, does your narcissist do this? Well, does my narcissist do that? Well, if your narcissist isn't really a narcissist, then what we've compared is not anything. So the idea is that, yeah, we're talking about Michelle again, but we're talking about Michelle ideally to learn some of these things to look for. And so now I'm thinking, like, well, what did we maybe miss and what things should I go back and look for with Tara? Because when Tabitha said all the things to look for in Michelle, I actually went live last night and said, here's your homework. Go back and rewatch the stream. Watch her say, Trey, finger point. So when she was talking about Etienne, that he was so, period, fingers up, drunk, fingers up, that day that he wouldn't have married me. And then her fingers went down. So it was like she knew the lie was coming and the fingers were gesticulating up, and the way she turned her mouth away so that we couldn't watch for her tongue was really, really telling. And then she was holding every time she was doing the thing with the reading, she would scroll on her screen and then she was literally holding her eyebrows as if she heard what had been discussed, and then she was holding them. And I thought, damn. And then when I went and looked up the thing about the eyes not smiling all the way up to the eyes, the smile not reaching all the way up to the eyes, these are tells that when we then meet somebody, when we go for a job interview and we wonder if this would be a good boss for us, or we meet a new guy, or we whatever, we see that cousin that we've never been able to get along with. Now we'll have some way of identifying the things that would give us an indication of, oh, here's why. And I think that's why this is important beyond just Michelle's shit. Because Michelle's shit is like, yeah, I mean, we don't really care much about them, but I care about the next person I'm going to meet in my real life.
Very good. And I also see in here where Cat in the Hat says MS's mouth movements are indicative of antipsychotics. You often see little text like that. And I think that you're talking about the little ticks. Now, yes and no. We're talking about a lot of things. And as we discussed the other night, and I explained as I could cite in Psychology Today, that a person can have up to as many as 4 or 5 personality disorders. As I explained, each of them are on a spectrum, and each of them can have traits and characteristics of the other. So we're going into that, and then we're talking about lies, and we're talking about facial tells and whatnot. Michelle is doing much more than just a tick, but I will agree with you, of course, that there are ticks in there as well. When I first started YouTube, I was covering somebody, and you guys can, if you guys ever want to check out my old channel, it is specifically about a very classic narcissist, and a very classic narcissist that's on benzos, and a very classic narcissist who abuses animals and who runs these scams. Now, she's been deplatformed and she stayed the F off, okay? So, my old channel was called The Real...
Critical K?
No. Her name's Lori Beth Langer, LBL.
Okay.
And that's her real name. That's her channel name. That's her channel. That's her brand. And it's no secret of who she is. There's a great amount on her on the Gossip Bakery, and I want to talk about something about her with Michelle too. So I got to remember that segue. So my first channel is called The Real C Word of Brookline. So The Real C star UNT of Brookline. Star Mama remembers that. And it was dedicated to that. So it's listenable. It's that because I was so tired of writing these manifestos on the Gossip Bakery, and then it would be misinterpreted or whatever because writing doesn't give that. So I started just basically recording in response to her things. Now, Lori Beth is, she abuses the Xannies as well as Michelle. And Lori Beth's tells in her throat clearing and her little tics were very obvious, very, very obvious. And the constant because it causes that. So those are the kind of tics where Michelle has a lot going on. Like I say, sure, one can argue that's some of it. That's some of it. Now, the amount of medications that she's on, let's remember, she's not seeing her primary care physician. She's not getting these prescriptions prescribed to her because, and this is where we ended, and that's why the fireworks went off, because I was just going off on a tangent based on that you saw that her discharge did say that about the alcohol and drug treatment. Because when I said that, everybody said, no, it wasn't that. It wasn't in there. No, I saw her discharge thing and it didn't say anything about that. And I'm like, bull, because she would have tested positive in there and they would have told her to do that, which would have notified her primary care and every other doctor. And no doctor with the license that they want to keep is going to prescribe her Xanax knowing that she is abusing alcohol again. She's not going to not test positive for alcohol and drugs. They're piss testing her. So what she says she says that she takes 12 things for her very terrible, horrible mental illness. She says that she takes 5 pills in the morning and 7 at night. Now, can that be true? Can those be on auto refill? Can those be ones that a doctor is comfortable with prescribing, knowing that she's taking alcohol and things? I don't think so. But because Michelle said it, people want to believe what she says until there is no further proof, and they think that even we are lying, even though we come from a point of expertise and knowing and seeing this. If we want to say that she's on 12 pills a day and they're making her have a tic, okay, but that does not negate where we're talking about the bigger issue in her tells in her face, where she's got her brain trying to say something different than her mouth is. As the old adage says from Dr. Phil, if her mouth is moving, she's lying. And that goes there. Now, the segue in...
Do you think any of those pills might be prescribed from somebody in Louisiana? Could that be why she's going back in July?
No doctor that values their license is going to be prescribing her anything. That there's no way. There's no way. Her address isn't there. There's no way. There's no way in today's world. There's no way. I do believe that she does have a court appearance that she needs to make in Louisiana. I have seen the documents to that extent, and like I say, the possibility exists that she is on probation for something else. So I would encourage anybody who has anybody who has the clips of her drinking and driving. I would love more of those to be sent to me than I have. Her parole officer would be very, very interested in that. So when she wanted to go so hard about ski and calling his parole officer, she has one as well. So there's a lot of us, like you talked about Snow White, is that, we see this, and then when it comes down to us giving our real names, is it worth it? I don't know. I don't know. I have trusted in my complaints to the federal authorities, but I don't trust the local ones to not screw up and have my name attached to what I have been reporting. And it is because I do believe that she's dangerous, and I do believe that we have to continue to work together so that Michelle gets long-term inpatient treatment, and the ultimate goal will be that she will be medicated and stable enough to be in a group home with a trustee that gets her SSI, so that her housing is covered, her meals are made, and somebody is there for her to take her medication, and then she can be that one that gets the visits on the Christmas and the Thanksgiving to her adult children that will come with their broken hearts to her at some point. That's my goal.
Well, now I feel like a person who doesn't try hard enough, because all I want is her to go off YouTube.
We've met that goal. We've done that. I'm sure that YouTube and Google has never, ever seen anything like that, because even the biggest scammer in the world, Lori Beth, and like I say, I'm not doxing her. She's just like Michelle, and she would say her full name, her full address, we know everything about her, trust me. So, this is the thing, is that, okay, so with Lori Beth, I was the first one to expose that she was also on SSI because she had this whole scam going just like Michelle. She's an amateur Michelle because she is your true narcissist. There's just you look up the definition of narcissist and she pops up. Literally, you guys, if you guys are near a computer and you put in Lori Beth, put in LORIBETH 428 interview. Put the word interview with it, and you are going to see these most hilarious pictures coming up because this is how her scam ran. Her scam ran that, she had a husband who tried to pedo her son, and so she had to be a single mom that had to struggle, and her husband used her for a green card, and so she's a single struggling mom, and she wants to do the best she can, and if she can only get this job, everything's going to be perfect. So then she would get all of this money for her to get interview clothes and the interview makeup and the interview clothes and the interview shoes and the gas to get to the interview. And oh my word, it would be this month-long thing, everybody giving her everything so she'd have this shot just to get this job, and she'd be taking all these pictures for the interviews and the interviews. And then, of course, she's not going to get the job because she has an extensive history on the internet. And she'd do such asshole things like, since she was selling Scentsy, she'd bring in a Scentsy warmer and Scentsy stuff and try to sell it to all of the staff. And then during her interview, plug in a Scentsy warmer so that then it would, she could be showing the product and showing the employer, yes, showing the employer how their office would smell when she's got the job, and that, and how much he could buy the Scentsy stuff too, and how she would just got all the girls interested out there in the office, and they're gonna buy it too, and some of the customers that came in, she'd start talking. Oh yes, this is Lori Beth. She never got the jobs. So that when Michelle's starting with the interview stuff, I'm going, is this in some narcissist handbook that they go there for the scam? Because then they get all of this positivity and everybody's giving them this and rooting for them and wanting them to have every chance at that interview. And the bottom line is none of them can pass a piss test. None of them can get away with their history online. None of them could keep a job. And bottom line is that they are deemed to have enough difficulty that they cannot find and continue to keep gainful employment. They're on SSDI, every form of welfare, because of that. So they need to learn to live within your budget, as you do, as I do.
Well,
here you go, honey. Here's the floor.
Have some support. They either have a spouse or they have family. I could not live on what I have now. I just couldn't. I wouldn't be able to. I don't even know what I do because I wouldn't even be able to afford an apartment, a basic apartment, let alone a decent apartment. And that's a 1-bedroom. I'm sorry, I'm eating. That's a basic 1-bedroom apartment in a modestly decent area. It's not like a high-end, high-rise, super fancy condo. It's not a bad condo, but it's not a great one. I couldn't do that without family support. I don't know how anybody can live on $1,500 a month unless they're living with family. And that's a lot of times you do find that. Or they got sick older. That's, you got to keep in mind with SSDI, the way that works is it goes back 10 years. So in my case, I got sick at 30. So even though I was making $50,000 a year by that point and had made all the sacrifices to get to that point, which was good money. And I mean, in 2000, that was good money. I still think it's halfway decent money, but I mean, it was good money back then. They went all the way back to my job in college at the front desk of my dorm. I kid you not. So that was $3 an hour. And then they averaged it. So all the taxes that they were pulling out, it was kind of like I was insuring a Cadillac. And then when my car got hit, they handed me a check for a Chevette.
I totally get it. And that's where, I had all of the work credit and everything there when, so like by the letter of the law, I should have gotten SSDI, but because I had a jerk judge who thinks it's his duty to never let
I
nobody
didn't
have it,
use it. No
you
practice.
know. So it's tough. We'll talk. Let's have a whole talk about that on
Well,
one thing.
the
Bottom
other
line,
thing I would say though is I would, if I knew I was in trouble financially, I knew I wouldn't be able to support myself, I would be sitting there on $3,000 alimony, no allowance, and then all that money I think you got to mute. Um, if you had all that money coming in for allowance and all that money that you were then getting in alimony, and you knew that you couldn't work, if I thought there was any chance the marriage, well, you always, any marriage is a risk that it doesn't work out, I'd have been taking $1,000 aside every month. When he handed me three, I'd have lived on two, and I'd have put $1,000 in a bank account, and I would have told him I spent it, and I would have put it in somebody else's name, or I would have done whatever I had. I would have put it in a safety deposit box. So that way it was on no record. And then when I had all that money coming in, all of those months that I had alimony, I'd be saving that up to buy a camper. And then I'd have myself a nice little nest egg, and then I'd live on the $1,000.
and and those are all great things. Now, okay, so how do we know she hasn't? How do we know she's not sitting on the fattest bank account? There's nothing to say she isn't. Lolly and Pops, you've been watching Lori Beth for years too. Oh, well, yeah, Lolly and Pops, she actually really honestly did go to cosmetology school and actually really honestly did pass it. She's doing good now. She's wearing the wig. She's got the whole thing. She's off YouTube. When they kicked her off, when she got deplatformed for the third time, she stayed off, and she did great without YouTube, without that addiction. She did great. So she's actually doing great from what we can see, and she's not scamming anymore. Now, the thing is that with LBL, she abused animals, and that was my biggest thing. Rest in peace, Bella and the bearded dragon and Green Bean. And we're not going to continue to talk about all the animals that because this is what happened. This is the way that it goes. And Michelle does that too. This is exactly it, is that they use the animals as puppets. And do you remember the Sherry and Lamb Chop? Sherry had the little red hair and she had Lamb Chop, Sherry and Lamb Chop. Yep. That's the way we used to make fun of Lori Beth, because she would use her animals just like, little Sherry would and Lamb Chop, because, it'd be a lady with a puppet. And that was the thing, is that the narcissist will use either their child, their pet, anybody, anything that they can get into to co-sign for their things. And often when it's animals, it's because the animals can't talk back and say the truth. So damn well that Michelle is going to use those dogs like she does, like she will, and everything to get dog food, to get a vet. Oh, they've got to go to the vet right away. Oh, they need this. Oh, they need that. She's going to use those. As soon as she's off this platform, she's going to go with those two dogs in her cardboard box and be sitting there exploiting everything with those two dogs sitting on the corner until somebody picks her up. The writing's on the wall. This is what she's going to do. Unless she...
Can you talk about differences between men and women who are narcissists?
Okay, so the narcissist absolutely, and the difference in the men and the women is that men get away with it. All of us are narcissists to some degree. It is a matter of survival. It is when it's just like a slow growing cancer, and that is why the term malignant narcissism exists, because to be a narcissist could be our president. Honestly, Trump is probably he would probably very much rate as a narcissist. Yeah, your great leaders that are men, they can use it to their positivity. You think of these lawyers that come in and, that sharp dressed man. We all want that sharp dressed man who's looking in the reflection, Carly Simon, in that song, You're So Vain. That's a narcissistic man, and a narcissistic man gets what he wants unless the narcissist becomes malignant, just like a cancer. So you can have a slow growing cancer, you have a slow growing narcissism. And as long as that narcissism is there to get you from one place to the other, to get you to walk into that room, to get you to walk into that courtroom, to get you to be that president, think about it. It goes that way, and it's all right. And you know what? There are many narcissistic women. Probably many of the actresses and whatnot are to some degree. You can be a narcissist and be very successful, but when it comes over and it takes over aspects of your life and your relationships that make them dysfunctional, then it's problematic and it needs to get in check before it becomes malignant. And then you are an abusive narcissist. And so it kind of goes that way, like we talk about how all personality disorders are on a spectrum. You can be a little bit this, and you need to be a little bit this to get ahead and to be able to be confident. When you see a confident man, it's really not a problem. A confident woman depends on what she's going to do there with that energy. And so then you see the ones that really break down, and Lori Beth Langer is the best definition of it. Now I know that we've got a lot of Molly fans in here, and like I say, there's nothing I'm saying about Molly that I would not say to her on a panel and whatnot, and not in a way to fight with her. This isn't personal with me. This is how I see dysfunctional behavior that I call out. So with Molly's a narcissist. Now, can Molly hold in that narcissism? And when she was that beautiful, when she's got those 5x7s that she gives out and everything, of her in that dress and her, she was everything in that dress. She lived in Vegas. I lived in Vegas. And I've talked about how Vegas can lure you in. And so a person with narcissism, like Molly, probably really, really took to that culture, because if you lived there, they're always looking for the people who live there to be a part of the culture, because they need to have pretty women in certain places. And what you do when you move to Vegas is that there are all kinds of ads all the time. They just want waitresses. They just want waitresses here. They just want waitresses here. You can work part-time. You can do this. You can deal cards part-time. What it really is a cattle call. So you go in and they see you and they look at you and then they tell you, hey, we think that you'd be good here. They offered me a job to deal cards in a bikini. And I'm like, I've had 6 kids come out of this body. I wouldn't threat that out. And they were like, no, you're pretty. You can do this. And I'm like, no. It's not me. Imagine that same thing being told to her. She'd be like, what? And she'd get that bikini in and, like you say, make that wine into water. So she would have those same opportunities given to her that I had given to me. And, and I'm honest about it. And I have some pictures that I have done for print modeling and things like that in the past. My looks have faded. I'm not that person anymore. But if Molly did with the plastic surgery and whatnot, and to keep that in her. So Molly's the narcissist, and if she can keep it in check, she's fine. We see that when it goes over and maybe she's depressed about something else, and then that narcissism comes and it doesn't do well. So she's a good example, and the best example of the Molly who's showing her narcissism was when her son, now all mothers think that nobody's going to be good enough for their son, but when her son's girlfriend came with those coffin-shaped nails and that dress that she didn't like, and she didn't like the way that girl didn't like that dog. So what did Molly do? She came home, talked about it, and then said she was going to go wash her hair, put on her Lubus, grab a Gucci purse, and go back out and let that girl see that. And then she went out with her husband because it was her husband's birthday. But she very much wanted to get, redressed in a way that would show this young girl who's actually the most beautiful. Just like Snow White, just like the evil witch. Who's the fairest one of all? That's narcissism. Okay, get it? So I'll give you the floor.
Is that why Michelle hates me so much? Because I'm the fairest of them all?
Well, yes, darling, you are the fairest of them all.
Come on, you had to lighten up the load a little bit. I just wondered if there are different tells between men. Like, I don't know. I've met a number of men who I thought were narcissists. I worked on the Hills, so I obviously all of those people have highly narcissistic. I mean, I've seen temper tantrums that one congressman was going off about the chief of staff, and they were in the exact same situation. And I looked at him and I said, well, didn't you meet at his, like, I was trying to tell him, like, you're in the same boat. And the whole thing went over his head. And then another time he was in, we had this room where we would raise money. We would be in this little room, and because you can't raise money from the Hill offices. And he yelled at me because I would always bring food. And that day I was running late, and I got these little snowball thingies that they had, not the cheap ones, but actually from the little bakery. And he looked at me and he said, don't you dare bring these ever again. Never, ever again. They'll make me fat, blah, blah, blah. The next day, I get up to go to the bathroom. And when I get back, I find him going through my handbag. That is how narcissistic this man was, this congressman was, because he thought there was no issue with him going through my purse. And I came in and I was like, what on earth are you doing? And when I say it was a purse, it was a big, like satchel kind of thing. And I said, what are you doing? And I wanted to say, what in the hell do you think you're doing? But I didn't. I said, sir, what are you doing? And he looked at me and he says, oh, I was looking for more of those snowbally things. And I was like, I thought you said never to bring those again. He goes, yeah, 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 yeah. Do you have any? And I like the lack of self-awareness. So yeah, I've met a number of men narcissists, but I've never seen any of them with the eyebrow thingy and or the mouth ticks or the playing with their hair the way we see in Katie Joy, and the way you describe in this Lori Beth woman, and then obviously the way we see in Michelle. So what is it? Are there differences in spotting it with a man? I think the same thing is true about the smile not going all the way up, but those other tells, I don't know if they're there.
They're there. I guess that the best example that we can pull up as a narcissistic man is our buddy Ted. Think about Ted Bundy going around in his little Volkswagen, you know, I grew up with Ted. I grew up in the Pacific Northwest during the times of Green River Gary and Ted Bundy. I'm from Spokane, so the South Hill Rapist and the Comstock Flasher was all in my repertoire. So I would go around with my chapstick, holding it like I was Mace, like a badass when I was 7 years old. So, Ted could have never gotten away with his things had he not been the narcissist, and he could pull off that smile. And if you think about him, if you guys say Ted Bundy, that thing of that little wry smile is going to be in your mind. I will bet you it is, because he could do that. And he had his tells too, but he had that charming aspect of narcissism, and that's how he conned all of the women into, getting into his van. He'd put on that fake cast and everything, and he's like, oh man, oh, can you help me get this into the back of my van? I can't do it. And then boom, he'd club him over the head with that cast and put him in the back, and there goes Ted. So, Ted is your classical narcissist, and he had that tell smile. Now, did you know this, that, Ted worked on the suicide hotline, sitting next to none other than Anne Rule in Seattle. Did you know that?
No.
Yep. So Anne Rule actually sat next to. So how do you have this reconcile in your brain that Ted Bundy was the man listening to you on the other side of the phone as you're contemplating suicide? He devoted his time on a suicide hotline. How? Was it to fill his narcissistic needs, to hear women who wanted to end their lives so he would not feel so guilty about the lives he had ended? You don't know. But he is your male narcissist. He is the one who got away with everything with his charming, charismatic ways. And so narcissism in men, it has their tells. And when you think about that deviant man, and you think about the deviant men and I don't know, right now I'm really trying to figure out Brian Koberger's whole pathology, because when he walked in the suit the other day, he was trying not to smile, because he knew that when he walked into that courthouse, he wanted to smile, and you watched him fight to smile. The problem is that his lawyer and her assistant did continue to smile. Now, he knew enough not to smile and fought himself not to smile, but he did once smile, and now that's all over the headlines. Him in a suit. He knew everybody was watching it. He liked it. So I do believe that even Brian Koberger is narcissistic to some degree, but he's got a lot of other things going on. So if you look at Ted Bundy, you look at Brian Koberger, I think Brian Koberger didn't actually have the fundamental good genes to have a good looking whole thing to go along with what's in his mind as an incel. And so he's got it, and so some have it because they have the good genes to go with it. Ted Bundy is always known as a good-looking guy with that natural charisma, and that's the thing. If you're a charismatic narcissist and you're a man, oh, the world is at your hands, and then but you know that at home they're abusing everybody. That this man that's so successful out there, that's this wonderful judge or this wonderful politician, there's the stories to be told from his wife at home who had to watch him have all the affairs, from his daughters at home, from his son that was never enough. So what point do you see a narcissist really? Are men better at hiding it? Are we just able to now see it on YouTube? I mean, how did we ever really know about narcissists before? I tried studying about narcissism 20 let's see here. When did I get married? Because we had problems in the beginning of our marriage. My husband, was in the Navy and whatnot, and I went to marriage counseling, and the marriage counselor wanted to see me the next time alone, and she said, "You married a narcissist. You need to get your kids and make a plan. And you need to run as far as you can and never be seen again. This is a narcissist. You will never win. You will never be happy." And I'm like, no, I absolutely love him. So what's this narcissist thing? I didn't understand it at all. And so back then I could only find, because, it was really before the internet. So really 22, 23 years ago, I couldn't find anything. And I found this book by, his name is Sam Vankin, Samvankin, and he is a self-reported malignant narcissist, and he wrote basically this very primitive PDF file, and I learned a lot then about narcissism and whatnot. And I learned my husband is not a narcissist, but his mother is. So my mother-in-law is one, which made sense as to how I got pulled in, because my mother is a narcissist. So all of those things, those patterns, and that's how I kept getting drawn to them as an empath, and then trying to figure out how I could have that in my life. And my husband's not a malignant narcissist. He is a narcissist enough that he was able to use it in careers where he was successful in the military, etc., etc. And so you can certainly use it to your advantage. And like I say, I mean, my husband's an amazing provider, amazing father, amazing husband. So it can be controlled. You can have traits of it. It's all in how much you are. Now, with Katie Joy, she's absolutely a narcissist, but she's got other things going on. She's very angry at the world. Did you ever see when she was talking about being a slut in high school? Did you hear that? She brags about how promiscuous she was.
The worst of all the things she's done is it was the one time that she mimicked Molestation on a young child. And actually, if you guys do not follow her, she held up fingers. Like I've never, and I said this earlier today. I said, of all the things I've seen on YouTube, obviously the people who are actually pedos, that's different. But because they're the worst, and obviously that's a whole different league. But I'm talking about the conduct of everybody else outside of the people who are acting on it, or the people like the guy on TikTok who killed his wife. You take the actual criminals, those that have crossed the line on criminality, and put those in a separate category. Of everyone else, that was the single worst thing I'd ever seen, and honestly made anything that Michelle has done by comparison child's play. Now, do I think Katie Joy on the whole
behaves better than Michelle. Yes, in a grand scheme of things, because she masks it way better. But in terms of the one single worst thing, to me, putting your fingers in the air and demonstrating what it would look like, I couldn't. I honestly, I couldn't believe it. And then I would be curious while you're on mute. Um, I would be curious to know why you think that certain people trigger her far more. Because, like, if you even look at the troll comments we got here today, this was your live stream, and yet she came in under three different alts, and it was all about me. And she has some weird, like, obsession with taking me down a peg. And I don't get it, because I mean, my channel is so brand new. I know I've been around since the beginning, but she seems to hate me more than she hates the average bear. And I'm wondering why you think that might be.
Because you dared to question the narcissist. Don't ever, ever, ever question the narcissist.
Lots of people have
They
questioned
are the
her.
great Oz. The question that you posed, it's not exactly coming up to her and asking the question. It's exposing a lie. A narcissist is never to be questioned. That's why KJ reacts whenever there's somebody. We've seen these things that Michelle sees as threats. Okay? They're not threats. It's somebody daring to ask a question. These questions, anything that is not going along with what the narcissist is saying, if you are not 100% praising and agreeing with what the narcissist is saying, it is questioning them. And it is just like the Wizard of Oz with the great Oz. The Oz, don't look behind that screen. Don't look behind that screen. The narcissist comes off with this cover, and they're covered in lies, they're covered in mistruth, they're covered in deceit. And how dare you ever say anything that goes against their narrative? To ask them anything goes against that. And if they're asked that, that makes them vulnerable. So then what would be the right action for them to feel vulnerable in their mind? To dox you, to expose you, to take off your clothes and make you walk down the street naked, full of shame, with everybody ringing the bell like in Game of Thrones. Shame, shame, shame. And how would you shame somebody? Well, you would get their name out there and their address out there, so they're vulnerable. They're vulnerable to criminals coming and whatnot, and every mistake they've ever made. Expose their criminal history, expose everywhere that they've ever been. Make them vulnerable, because they felt vulnerable when you dared to question them. And like I say, the question is exposing them. The question is not going along with their narrative. That they see that you've done this act. It's crazy. It's really weird, because she says a few things about me, but for the playlist I've done and everything, she really doesn't come for me. I mean, I get the things when people are like, she's talking about you right now. She just called you this. She just called you that. Go over, listen, she's talking to you. She said this, she said that. I never do. I've never once done it. And so she knows she can't play with me. She can't go back and forth. So I don't know. I mean, why doesn't she come for me for all that I've done? Why is she interested in you? Well, you must have said something along the way that,
Uh,
threatened the great
I
Oz.
have been. Now that you say that, I have been there for key moments. I'm the first one who said you did something wrong to Molly before Molly ever did anything to you, because I was there when she was threatening to call. She was in Kool-Aid's chat, and she was threatening to call CPS on Molly. And then, what was the second thing she did? Oh, and then I was there, and I was trying to get her to apologize to Krissa Exposed when she drove Krista to the hospital. And I was like, well, now that you've had time to think. And she launched into this whole, she's a piece of shit. You could be a cancer patient and be a piece of shit, and a piece of shit, and a piece of shit. And then, you know how she kind of launched into the repeating and repeating. And I was like, that's terrible. And I just was like, and that's all I said. I said, I thought we were turning over a new leaf. That's terrible. And then I walked out when she was talking about her daughter, and she called her daughter a bastard. And when I heard her say that, I just openly wept, because I've been that kid. I mean, you say you have a narcissistic mother, Tabitha. I too have a really cruel narcissistic mother. And when I heard her say that about her kid, all I kept thinking was, I've been that daughter. I've been that daughter who was so loved. Oh my God, I love my kids so much. You don't know the things I've done for my daughter. I love my daughter so much. And then the minute the door was closed, it was, how dare you make me look like I'm not the best mom in the world, blah, 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 blah. And it was so, so awful. And I thought, this is exactly what she does with her daughter. I have pined for my daughter for all of these years, yet I'll go on a live stream and call you a bastard and hope my daughter never hears it. And when somebody dares to tell me that my daughter might hear it, now I have nowhere to put the anger. I'm not certainly not going to put it on me, so I'm going to put it on Snow White. But she does seem weirdly obsessed with me beyond just me being in the right place at the right time. I mean, I would think that she hates me. She cannot get at me because she doesn't, thank God, she doesn't know who I am. If she could get at me, she would completely go after me. I think every bit as much as she's gone after Penelope, how she's gone after Lisa, how she's gone after Bombshell, how she's gone after Amber. I think if she could have, how she went after Molly, if she could, she would go after me on that level. And I don't think I've ever engaged with her on quite the same level they have, because they're peers. Until up to a month ago, I wasn't a peer.
Okay, so you have not been a creator until a month ago.
But yet she treats like like I was.
Okay, so you did a really good job in that insight in really trying to see what it was, and you answered your own question really well, because the one thing that she likes to tell herself at night when nobody is there and she's crying herself to sleep, because we know that she does. She likes to say she was a good mom and what happened to her wasn't her fault, and she was a good mom, and because her older son did that, the kids got taken away, and she didn't cause the death, but inside she knows that her behavior was responsible for it all. And you saw her at that moment. You saw that. She wants to know who saw her and who stays around, because how many people have just walked away from this? I have to take such long breaks from my channel. My channel has suffered greatly because I started covering her. And you'll see how I have, the inactivity. It'll be like 48% less activity and stuff. That's because a month ago, I couldn't even log on because I didn't want to see her. I didn't want to see the messages about her. I didn't want to read 10 more emails about how she absolutely gutted somebody, making them remember something that they had put to rest 30 years ago. The worst day of their life is what she loves to extract from them and stomp on and spit on and laugh. She loves making other people feel as desperate and lonely as she is to the core. The outside is just the act. The inside is her. When you saw her have that primal reaction to Ski rejecting her, that's Michelle. That's her. The rest is an act. The rest, and the only way that she understands approval is money. And that's the thing, is that you're not giving her the money and you showed the disapproval. Now, something else that you just brought in is very valuable, because last week I observed Krissa in Michelle's chat. It is one of the very few times where I was watching a live chat. No, it was actually not. It was not the live chat. It was when I was clipping and I messed it up without my audio. And I saw Krissa in there. And now I don't know a lot about Krissa. I did not know her history, but because I watched her enough to know that she has one of the conditions I have, which is gastroparesis. It's one of the conditions that comes as a result of Crohn's and whatnot, where you really can't eat. Like, you go out to a dinner and you have this wonderful dinner put in front of you, and you can take 2 bites because your stomach won't let you take the rest. And then you'll and try, have whatever and go to sleep, and you'll wake up horribly hungry, try and take another bite. But you gain weight with it. It's a really hard thing when your stomach is just paralyzed. It's called gastroparesis. So I knew that Chris is really suffering from that. So I had no idea that she had any history with Michelle whatsoever. So I start going off on a limb, and I'm like, oh my God. And so much of my content that didn't have audio was warning Krista, get out. I see that you just put this in here. Honey, you don't want to have anything to do with Michelle. No, don't do this. Don't do this. So since it was that way and my audio wasn't there, I put out, I put some comments on so Krista would see it right away. I started tagging her right away. I put up a community post and I said, hey, everybody, basically, I don't want Krista getting involved with MS. She's going to hurt her. This cannot happen.
Well,
How can we basically let her see? I had no idea there was any history. So then Krista said, well, go ahead.
Okay, let me stop this.
I'm going to mute you.
Okay. So let me be clear here. I've talked to Krista about this because I didn't understand it either. And she said to me point blank, and when she said this, I understand this. And you might understand this a bit as somebody with chronic health issues. My chronic health issues are not fatal. They sometimes feel like they are, but in my head I realize no matter how sore I am, no matter how awful I feel, and sometimes my bones actually feel like I have cancer eating from the inside out. I'm in so much pain. But no matter how bad I feel, I know that my condition isn't fatal. For her, she's facing her and yet I have given a tremendous amount of thought of the next life, and how do I want to go to God, and what do I want to answer for in my life? Because when you're dealing with a health crisis, you tend to think in those terms. For Krissa, it's much more immediate. Something could go wrong at any minute because she has such a big fight on her hands. And she said, I cannot leave this earth with anything that is unforgiven. That is what she has said to me. And so she said, I have to extend grace to Michelle because I do not want to maybe pass with that on my conscience. I need to know that we are okay. I have made my peace with it, and whoever Michelle is, that's who she is. So I understand that. Now, I before I turn it over and you unmute, I want to get into what what's being posted down here by Glassophobia. I'm not neither one of us, and certainly not Tabitha, but neither one of us is excusing Tara in any way. Tara could very well be behind all of those sock accounts. I agree with you. So I don't think anybody's challenging that. Then you said number two. Oh, I don't see two. I don't know whether two was deleted. Then you said that she gave the passwords. Molly begged her. Molly actually kept trying to be nice to Michelle. If you go back and watch, Molly actually said to her, do not trust anyone. This is not about Veronica. This is about anyone. Do not give the keys to your YouTube kingdom to any human being on the planet, because they could lock you, they could change on you. They Who you're friends with today could change tomorrow, and they could lock you out of your own channel. Michelle went live and said that Molly was saying all these terrible things about Veronica. How dare she? She was indignant about it, and she insisted that she could trust everybody. So while I have sympathy for her trusting the wrong people, because God knows I have, I when somebody warns you, do not give this to anyone. And I even, to help Michelle, I even went into the chat and I said, Veronica, if you were nearly as stand up as you say you are, you would say, I do not want this. You should insist that she take back these chat, the control of the channel, and change the passwords. If Michelle insisted, you can't put that on anybody else, what they would do after that, because Michelle was warned. um I appreciate that you have to say this somewhere, and you should feel free anytime to come in to my chat. And I can't speak for Tabitha, I'll speak for me. You are always welcome to push back. Any of my mods will tell you I always say I value that, because that's what keeps creators in my mind, at least as far as how I run my channel. I consider that how I stay honest, is that I have to have a chat that will hold me accountable when I say it's going to be one thing. If I say I'm not going to dox, and I said hard and fast, you will never ever see me dox. If I say I'm going to dox somebody, you all, I want you all to unsub and punish me for it because I set the standard and I said I wouldn't do it. And I got you to subscribe to me with that understanding. And now I'm violating a fundamental principle of who I said I was. I think that pushing back is great as long as you do it respectfully, which you have. And then the last thing you said is, I do not justify any of the awful things that have been done to Michelle. I would actually fight against those things if I knew, like I just did with Veronica. I don't think anybody should lie. There's enough awful things that Michelle does that we can criticize the real things. The real things is what we should focus on. And I have not ever called, and I'm sure this is true about Tabitha, we haven't gone into her real life. We've only dealt with the things that she herself has shared. But I'm glad that you're trying to be fair about it because I think that's really important and a valuable service just in general to keep the conversation honest. And then you said MS truly does suffer from a horrific childhood. We don't know that. We only know that Etienne believes it. That's really all we know. We know MS says that it was, and we know Etienne says that he had it confirmed from a family member. But if the family member heard it wrong, meaning, what if that family member says heard it from Michelle, and then Michelle said, and then repeated it and confirmed it to Etienne? We don't know that. And I've never attacked her for the things that were true in her childhood, but when does that childhood stop being the excuse? Because well, I don't know the childhood I had because I've blocked so much of it. That does not give me an option to wish R upon your child. And she's done that with multiple people, and I've heard her say it. So there's no question about who did or didn't do what. She did it. She said, "Oh, I hope your child dies. I hope your child gets R'd. I'm lighting candles on people." All of those things, at some point the accountability has to go back on you, because while I'm not responsible for the limitations that my body will do, if I commit to doing something for you, like let's say I say I'm going to drive you to the hospital for a surgery, and I can't, and I physically cannot drive, then I should be pulling myself into an Uber to try to get to you. I might still fail, but I should be able to say, no, I didn't clean my house from top to bottom and waste all of my energy the day before I promised you, because that's all controllable. I'm responsible for the way I manage my childhood issues, my physicality issues, my whatever issues. All of those things are relevant. I don't know what 7 was, so I'm not going to address that. And then you say, what did you say then? You said, uh, Flava and Tara posted as that sparrow lady. No, there was a sparrow lady, so I don't know about that. And she shouldn't be drinking. Yes, I agree with that. And and I think we are leaving her alone, but we're using her as a way to understand narcissism, because she's made herself the content. She's practically begged to become the content, because when she was just cooking and everybody was leaving her alone, what did she say? I did all the right things. I reduced, she said, I quit my drinking, which meant she was controlling her drinking on camera. And she said, I just did my cooking and I wasn't mean to anybody. And I didn't get paid today. And the next night, she went into a complete firestorm against everybody. And what did her chat do? They gave her money. Okay, now I'm going to shut up.
Okay, so here you go. And I have my banner there. Buy me coffee, please. A caffeinated creator is a happy creator. I am Tabitha Jane with that $sign there. Tabitha Jane 13. Cash App. Buy me coffee. Cash App. Cash App. There you go. I just decided to try a little Michelle. There you go.
And
So
you did
anyway.
that one. You did that one for blind moms.
Make me coffee. Give me coffee. I want coffee. Right.
And you
2
did
cents.
get one flight for blind moms.
Did I?
So yeah, you did.
Well,
Thank
thank you so much, Flying Mom. Now, oh, it's up north, the woman in the woods. Hello. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? She's not a single mom? So she's married and lives with her husband and daughter and homeschools her daughter. I got the thing that she was a struggling single mother. That's why she's begging for presents and begging for money and pulling this shit with Michelle. What the? Okay, in glossophobia, maybe you are friends with Snow White and stuff. This is my channel, and if you don't like what we're talking about right now, you do have the right to leave. You're free to do whatever you'd like. Michelle is a public threat. Michelle is a problem. I will continue to talk on her, about her, until she is safe. What I am doing is much more important than what Lisa and Tara and every other damn enabler has done. Now, you want to talk about childhood and be nice to her? Well, how would you like it if you were an 8-year-old girl who got a stepdad who was a policeman and started raping you at the age of 8? Because that's my history. And how do I act? I'm right now asking for coffee. But have you ever seen me act like that before? I'm saying that I've been here for a year. And in my entire year, I am always going to be forthcoming. YouTube finally asked me for a way to give my money because I've made it $121. So for a 1 year's work, for me putting in almost $4,000 in equipment and subscriptions and everything to procure all the documents that I've done and the books I've done and everything else, for 1 year's work, I've earned $121. Can you say that Michelle has not made more than that for her not putting in anything? Okay, so you can go. You do not need to announce your departure.
I don't know. I just was trying to say that I was trying to address that making.
Well, everybody here is being really great and everything. I'm not going to reward the one asshole in here with acknowledging them. Now, on Carissa, I will tell you that when I did do that post and I put it out there, so, she did see some comments that were unsavory about basically about well, I'm going to walk away from that. Well, Carissa saw some ways that people are seeing her right now. Okay. Everything was there. It's on my community page. Anybody can look at it. Carissa could look at it, and she saw it, and she was able to see the way that her actions with Michelle could potentially come back on her, which are not so good. Now, with that being said, she said in there that she feels indebted to Michelle because Michelle gave her a shout out, and that created some positive growth on her channel. So as another creator, and this is where I stopped it, and I said, no. She is not a creator. She does not have a platform. Therefore, you do not do this in debt. Carissa has earned her own subs. She's doing great. She has an amazing audience that supports her because she's earned that audience that loves and respects her. And she said that she wanted to work with Michelle to give Michelle a chance to say her side of the story because obviously, well, she said so. She said Michelle wants to work with her. Michelle wants to work with Carissa to get her side of the story out, in which I retorted that, you know what, this entire last year of Michelle Hell has been about listening to Michelle's side of the story. And all of us, beginning with Penelope's Lane, beginning with her, all of us have worked tirelessly for the last year to show the truth because we've heard Michelle's side of the story and we've worked hard to bring the truth and nobody believes the truth. Now, how to deal with a person like Michelle. I said in the beginning, don't give her money. You do not give an active addict who has a history, a very long history of problematic, dangerous behavior where she has caused, I'm not going to say it, but one of the things that she got out of was the $20,000 damage that she did to another in a wreck. So anyway, there has been so many times that she should have went to jail and maybe she wouldn't have talked about how, well, if you're not supposed to drink in a restaurant, then why do they serve alcohol? If restaurants are going to serve alcohol, then I have the right to drive home. How else am I supposed to get home? Okay, that's what she said. So because she never learned her lesson about the DUIs and was put in rehab because she'd do the little apology tour, she'd have a new man to pay for her legal funds, and she got put in rehab, and she'd stay in rehab for a couple of weeks or whatever until she got the numbers of everybody in there and had a new boyfriend on the way and a new best friend and 7 other people she could call. And then she got out and she did it again and did it again and did it again. And I don't want another innocent person harmed by this woman. So glassophobia, go, and don't cut yourself on the glass. Okay. Anyway, now this is what I'm saying here. So with Carissa and her health issues, with gastroparesis, it's really important that you don't let your stress contribute to what it is, because then you get nutritionally deprived, your hair falls out, your body suffers. I've been through this so many times. My hair has fallen out like 7 freaking times. So it grows back, it does this and that, but the gastroparesis and the nutrients that you lack, it really hurts. So Michelle hurts me. Michelle aggravates my PTSD. It hurts me to watch other people continue to believe her and enable her. I am afraid she's going to not make it to the next week, next day at times. I am trying to show her the truth in a way that only I can. And any enabler that sits there and takes away what I say, which is the God's honest truth, is a threat to her. They're going to enable her to 6 feet under, and that is not what I want. I know that deep, deep inside, she is a person who obviously has the control to take YouTube by storm, as she did. This is not the platform she belongs on. We work hard to create content, and that's how I first got Charlotte's attention. I've been trying to get a hold of Charlotte forever, and then I wrote my open letter to Michelle because she said that. I did all my cooking yesterday, and I didn't get paid. So I put on there, and I put so eloquently, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, that we work hard to create content. Behind every video that I do is probably in the neighborhood of 8 to 12 hours of research. So I can rattle it off, for 2 to 3 hours, just like I'm talking, but I'm not talking. I have extensive research that I do to create so that it's there for somebody to listen to, that I'm not paid, I'm not compensated, and I don't want that. I want to be able to give somebody that so that they can hear a side of a story that maybe they'd not considered. And to your point about narcissistic mothers, my mother was the same and told me all the time that, that her biggest mistake in life was not aborting me. That because abortion was not legal, she didn't. So then by the time that I was finally 13 and got out of a foster home, and was able to have a visit with my mom, I told her that the foster mom and everybody, they showed me that it was legal to abort me. So it was her mistake. It was not that it wasn't against the law. It was that she didn't have the freaking ovaries to go and abort me. So it's her fault. It's not my fault that I was born. So that's what I dealt with. So when somebody wants to come and act like I'm coming from a point of judgment, it isn't. It is that I worked hard to be a better mom for my kids, and that required me having 3 months in a nut bin because the only joy I ever had in my life was to fantasize of how to end my life. And when I did take that
that's
step
terrible.
that night, when I did take that step that night, I was found in time, and I spent 3 months in Seattle's biggest trauma hospital recovering from what I did that night. So I do not come from a point of judgment. I do not whatsoever at all. So if she can tell me that she was abused by a policeman beginning at age who was raping her, come on. Whatever happened to her, I've seen pictures of her being very happy and looking very healthy as a teenager. You can look at me and the things are not the same. The surgeries I've had to correct the pelvic damage and everything else inside of me, we're not even going to talk about. So don't come at me like that, glass of fucking whatever you are. Anyway, then let's see here. I think that we did all of that we can with that, but I fear that Carissa is going to get chewed up and torn out by Michelle. I don't want Carissa in this. Carissa has done what she can. She's going to hurt Carissa, and I don't want one more person hurt because of this. She will hurt her. She could cause Carissa not to survive.
I didn't
Okay,
think Chris was
that's
gonna
the
get
problem.
involved with that too much, and that worries me. And then Flying Monkey asks, or Flying Mom, I'm sorry, says, I'm thinking Flying Monkey's about narcissists, and I said Flying Mom asks, I really worry about those creators that stream her and poke her. Isn't it better for people to just block her and not engage?
I don't
the
know. I'm
problem
sure thousands have. What's the point?
the problem I
What's the
think
point?
let me that one. I
Yeah,
I
you deal
think
with her.
I think the problem with that is you might be, um the the problem I think with that is that when we did that again, we all left her alone. She's going to do the cooking thing. We tried, and she just kept upping the ante until people felt like they had no choice. Because that's what's profitable, and this all is about money. She doesn't want to work. She doesn't want to go back to the one profession she's had success at. She has not cultivated any other skill. She doesn't have her disease is her various diagnoses under any semblance of control. So it's almost all of the jobs that she could potentially do are off limits to her because she would have to work with other people. She can't We can't even have her go take a cosmetology class or go back and get her Cooper degree reinstated or whatever that is, because if you're going to go teach classes on exercise or you're going to do somebody's makeup, you have to interact with the public. And Michelle just can't. She can be charming for 5 minutes period, and then it's that person's going to say the wrong thing about BLM, or I don't know, some hot guy that she feels like should be paying attention to her, or something about children, and the next thing you know, Michelle is going to be ripping them a new one. So I'm not sure that we can. I wish that Michelle would leave the platform and go to Facebook. And then if we said, okay, we should stop streaming her, then I would agree. But until then, I just don't see her ever allowing anybody to ignore her. Would you agree with that, Tabitha? Do you think she would take irrelevancy? Because that's exactly what would happen. If we all stopped talking about her, there would be no relevancy. And I don't see her accepting that.
The second that she stops coming on lives, the second all of the clip channels go and it goes away. Look what happened to Molly. Basically, Molly's not here. And basically all of there were whole channels dedicated to her, and now they've had to change it to, just basically YouTube, etc., etc. The second that Michelle gets off and stays off the platform, this will stop. I can't wait. I have done so much content and on other people who actually deserve justice. If you look at my thing, Shankella, I would love for there to be attention to what has happened with Shankella. The one that went down to Cabo with her 6 friends, and they basically kicked her so hard in the head that her C1 and C2 were severed. She was internally decapitated. Have you heard anything about that? No, because no one wants to talk about that, but other creators actually came up with news stories showing that nothing's going because her autopsy isn't out. I read her autopsy more than 2 months on my channel. No one wants to hear anything because they want to watch a shit show about Michelle. The Madeline Kingsbury, which is a very sad story, is here. It got like 64 views, and anything I do with Michelle is 500 in the same time. So I did George Floyd, which is a passionate subject for me. Everything that I do and continue to try to create is not watched because everybody wants to watch the shit show that is Michelle. Now, I have not made a dime on Michelle. And if you can tell the creators that sit there and stream 12 to 15 hours a day that get nonstop cash app because of what Michelle has done, and if you can stop the people who made all of the gifts go to Tara Rat and her daughter and everything else, then I'll shut my mouth. But until then, I have the right to talk. I am not profiting. I am not exploiting. I am educating, and she is a threat. And until everybody sees that and keeps everybody safe for the next couple of months, I'll talk.
I don't want to say that I think it's okay to poke her. I don't stream her. So I don't know. I guess it depends on how you define poking her.
Okay, now I can actually, you know what? I got my ass chewed up and lost a sub over me saying those exact words. Because I do believe that it's poking at her when people go, and yes, I have her hashtagged in what I'm saying. I do, as I did not when I first started doing content on her for, I think, the first 4 months and whatnot. I did not do anything whatsoever that would even let or know that, it was her. I had the videos and stuff and I would say MS, but I didn't do anything. And then it's like every other creator does it and they make all this money on it. So why can't I? Why shouldn't I? These other people are making so much money. It's ridiculous. So I mean, um, she has to go away. She has to go away. I'm reading this comment. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought in there because it says lead attorney covered Shankella with the journalist that brought it public from Mexico. Yeah, Stumbling, and have you listened to my content where I narrated the entire autopsy on her? And did you know that term that they used? Did you know that we all have that anatomical snuff box? And here's a question for you all. Don't Google it. You all have an anatomical snuff box, but I bet you it's not what you're thinking right now. Because there were a few things that, in translation were lost in the anatomical snuff box. I was like, what? It says she has a tattoo where? Her anatomical snuff box? Are you kidding? It's the pocket right there between your thumb and your first finger. That web. That's your anatomical snuff box.
What?
Yes. I had no idea. These are the things you guys are missing out on when you're watching Michelle. So as soon as people stop, because the thing about poking the bear, I said I feel that certain creators are poking the bear because they go on live as soon as Michelle says something, says something. If you know what, and you'll be doing a stream and you'll be talking about nothing about Michelle, and somebody will pop in and say Michelle's live, and everybody will leave your chat to go and watch her. You know how that feels? Not great. And then the people who are covering it, they go and then they'll go down and respond. Oh my God, Michelle said this about me. And they will tag Ski, they will tag Michelle, and they will sit there, and then they have all these people defending them like, yeah, she needs to shut up. She needs to do that. Michelle's this, Michelle's that. And they're cash apping those creators. They're cash apping those creators who are poking the bear. And I do feel it is poking the bear. I do. So stop letting those creators profit. Okay? The people who are telling me that I can't talk about this and stuff, go to the ones who are making freaking bank. Go to the ones who have them put up their Cash App balance, have them put up their PayPal, have them put up their Venmo, have them put up their YouTube. I'll put up mine anytime and we'll see who's making the money. And it sure is fucking me. So I don't want to hear it again.
Well, I will tell you as
I'm
far as I'm concerned, I've tried to deal with misinformation. So if you go back and look at my content, yes, a lot of it is related to Michelle, but it's about how do you identify a narcissist? Because she says, I'm not one, and Snow White said I'm one, so now I'm gonna, she did a whole long rant on it. So I said, okay, how do we define it? And I went through all of the different qualities, and said, you guys tell me, do you think this fits? Then I said, okay. She said that an Airbnb, here's how you'd operate an Airbnb under the insurance, and I disproved that, and I disproved the zoning. Then I also went through the lawsuit because she said that she was going to win the countersuit and that Etienne was going to lose with the knife in hand. And I went through the laws and how contracts work. But I have no interest in otherwise streaming Michelle. And when this is done, when this part is done, this narcissism thing that we're doing here, because I want you to be able to use this to say this is what a narcissist looks like, and to remember the tells and the things that Tabitha's talked about here. Then the next thing I want to cover is the lawsuit, and then that's the end of it for me.
Okay. Oh, I'm
Uh-oh.
Oh God, I should unmute myself. I muted myself. So the thing is, okay, this makes more sense now as to why she's coming after you. You hit a sore spot. Do you think that perhaps it has been suggested by a psychologist or two that she's a narcissist? And do you think that maybe if they went counseling or something, it was said she was a narcissist? And
No,
she
she was
flipped out
after
and was
me
like, I'm
before
not a
that.
narcissist.
She was after me before that. She's she if you go back, it's been a full year with her. The whole reason everybody associates me with Molly is because everywhere she went on channels, she would talk about Snow White the simp, the Molly simp, Snow White the Molly simp. It's, I was like, Jesus Christ, there's this one person I follow of a 2 dozen, and she would just kept at it. That and then the next thing, and then the next thing. It was always something.
Well, I think that you, like I said, you're very insightful, and I can't wait to read the articles. And the work that you're doing is great. Um, the the thing is that what you did, okay, a narcissist can not have anybody in the world not for them. If they know that one person in the world is not for them, then their whole entire focus is going to be on there, and they can have, you know, like you say, like a politician or whatever, they have all this approval rating, but they've got that when they want to focus on that, and that's where what we can say is that you said, which is the truth. I agree with you. She started it with Molly. You know what? I personally, although I am no fan of Molly because of the reasons what I'm talking about, which I would talk to Molly about any day, I believe Molly should go after her ass. I believe that she caused enough damage to Molly's channel that she is a big factor in why Molly was deplatformed. If Molly can't be here, why can Michelle? Because Michelle's breaking the rules, and YouTube and Google attorneys have never seen anything like this when they went to the extent of blocking her entire ISP. Who would think that anybody would continue to enable this behavior and give her channels so that, because she's channel circumventing by going on anybody else's panel that has a channel, that is not allowed. She's breaking the terms of service. But you see, her end goal here is to do everything that Molly did, and Molly did the meet and greets. Now, even though Michelle has been deplatformed from YouTube, she is not a YouTube celebrity. She's in YouTube infamy right now, which to her all attention is good attention.
That's true.
Right? To her, that's it is. So her end goal is to make this meet and greet, and she wants this meet and greet in Louisiana. Where did Molly have her meet and greet? Okay, Louisiana, New Orleans. That's why she wants to do this. She's doing her meet and greet in New Orleans just like Molly did. She's not going to be done until she accomplishes everything Molly did. Why can't people see this?
Flying Mom is right though. I fully agree. KJ, I believe she paid Uni Rock to go after Molly. That's my opinion. That's not reflective on Tabitha, but
You know, I think that we have so many more things because the two of us were really working the same battles on different fronts. And as much as I tried to stay out of the drama community, I really don't know much of that backstory and stuff except for what I've seen from where I was. I was really trying to stay in that true crime, thing. But I would love to continue to do these panels between my channel and yours, and I'll have one of these teenagers around here figure out what's going on with my mic and why I can't get it, because I would love to do another episode just with you. Let's do that. Let's do a whole panel, and let's do it just on that topic. Let's say, who brought Molly down? Did Michelle or did KJ? And let's do it. And see who had the bigger role. Are you okay with that or no?
Yeah, I think that's worth it.
Now, okay. Diamond Lucidity. Okay. Now, I know what you're talking about, and I don't know. I mean, when they got together for that dinner, and then they were trying to e-bag for the dinner, it was so bad. And then House of Williams had to pay for the dinner when she was the guest, and it was a mess. So there's a lot of things that went on that weekend, and we don't want to do too much after that, but she went after her in anger because House of Williams really went for her. Now, I'm subscribed to House of Williams because I appreciate that she washed her hands of the whole thing when she saw that, when she went there, saw it for real life, and saw that what she was being associated with was not something she was comfortable with in her own identity, her personality, her her reputation. She no longer wanted to have her, star hooked to Molly's wagon and the, the boots on the ground, the heels on the ground thing. So I respect what House of Williams did. Now, did Molly bite back? Molly will bite back hard. I would not fight with Molly. I would not want her as my enemy. I say things about her, but that's fine because she doesn't care. She actually understood the platform and understood that controversy does help channel growth. So, while I have my concerns, I initially started as a supporter of her. And as things happened, and as I did not feel that she was being good about giving the whole backstory of what happened with Vaughn and Dre, I'm going to drop something here that I've covered. Okay. Do you guys know what I'm talking about when I say Dre and Vaughn? Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
I think most people do.
Okay, so get this. This is the viewpoint that I took it from as a person who formerly sold Color Street and Tupperware. I was an MLMer. I suck at it, so I had to get out of it. But in that modality, when I would go to vendor fairs, I would also get some paparazzi jewelry. Now, the paparazzi jewelry purports itself to be nickel-free. I'm extremely sensitive to nickel. So when I got a bad rash for wearing nickel-free jewelry, I looked it up, and there is a high concentration of lead in paparazzi. I'll probably get smacked with the lawsuit for saying this right now, but that's fine because enough people are coming at them because these people who were selling paparazzi got sick. They got the fibromyalgia symptoms. They started having all kinds of sicknesses, and get this, lead causes seizures. So when Dre's husband, daughter that is not Vaughn's biological child, her chicken and her dog, and maybe her mother, all had seizures, how much paparazzi did Dre have in that house? Look at how Dre had to leave that house, leave where she was at. The chicken, the daughter, the dog. Oh my God. Okay. When did Vaughn's seizures start? When she was selling paparazzi. So I alone have made that connection to say lead caused the beginning of this. The lead poisoning from that. And I believe that Dre has an incredible world-changing lawsuit on her hands because of how that all went downhill from there. Because she did not like the way that the VA was treating the seizures. She did not like, our Western medicine treating the seizures. So she went off on her own way. And I believe that in her heart, her intention was good because she loved him like no woman has loved a man. She wanted to fix him. She wanted to fix him desperately. And it went bad. It went too far.
I believe that. If you, because, I don't know about the lead part. I assume that you've done your research. So assuming that bears out, I will say this. You have to mute. I will say this. When there was a moment that I saw, it was a clip that I believe Molly played, and a lot of people took it a certain way. And what I heard from somebody with a chronic pain problem is that there is a desperation that comes when nothing works, when you're just, everything feels like crap and you're just trying whatever. So if somebody tells you kratom might work, you try kratom. If somebody tells you methadone might work, you're going to try methadone. I've tried so many things, and everybody would have a different cure. And then you try this and you try that, and then the person who you're with, the person who's supporting you doesn't know what to do, especially when you're having a bad episode. And to me, what I heard was a woman who was really desperate and didn't quite know what to do anymore, and maybe had been supporting the kratom because he was maybe saying, I can't live with the pain otherwise. Because I know that there have been plenty of times that the only reason I don't have darker thoughts is because of my faith. And if I didn't have the Lyrica, or somebody didn't see that something that would treat it, I don't know that I'd still be here, because I wouldn't have been able to put up with it. So if somebody was my partner and was telling me, well, the alternative is to do nothing,
I think I would be pretty unhappy and there'd be conflicts and whatnot. And to me, it sounded like we're going along with this because we don't know what else to do. That was what I got from it. And yes, no, kratom is not used correctly. A lot of people swear by it. And I will say this too. I can tell you that one thing that really upset me is that as a chronic pain patient, everybody's like, oh, opioids, opioids. Oh my God, you can't be on opioids. And then you should try something natural like kratom. And then the minute you do go to use kratom, people go, oh, kratom, an untested, unknown substance, and you're going to put it in your mouth. Do you know there have been people who have had bad experiences with kratom? Oh my God, that's unregulated. How dare you? And it's like, well, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to just suffer? Are you going to get in the bed and hold me while I shake because I hurt so bad? Oh, you're not? Then shut the F up. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but it's like people want to say all this crap about kratom, or they want to say all this crap about opioids. You do what works for one person doesn't work for the next person. So you can't know what I should do unless you've been me. I can't know what should work for you unless I've been you. I will never be you. So, as far as I'm concerned, if a pain patient tells me this is what I do for me and this is the best I've been able to get it, I say, okay, because what else am I going to say? I don't know what you're dealing with. And we both can be chronic pain patients, but I just don't know. I can't tell you how many people have told me that Lyrica should be taken off the market because they had a bad reaction. Meanwhile, Lyrica saved my life. I recognize that Lyrica is not for everybody. It should not be something you go on as like, oh, yay, a drug for me to use. I have fibro. No, you better be sure you need it. You better be sure that you have fibro, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm not going to judge you if you need it or if you don't need it because I don't know what you need. I don't know what your experience is any more than you know what mine is. And so I can't stand that so much was made about the kratom. Now, in moderation, just like opioids, opioids in excess is excess. Kratom in excess would be excess. Both can, I imagine, can be fatal in excess. But what else do in moderation, those drugs have been lifesavers for millions of people. Period.
Exactly. And Danella, I don't know if you heard this in the beginning, but and I don't know if you went to my channel or not, but if you would, and you would please look up where I did my Suboxone story. I did that because I truly believe that Suboxone would be the answer to Michelle. Now, to speak to your point, Snow White, Lyrica was, of course, suggested to me, and I haven't lost it weight yet, but I mean, I took Lyrica for 15 days and I gained 15 pounds that I cannot lose. Error was causing me to gain weight with that drug. And obviously I was like, okay, I might not be in pain, I might be fat. So I was like, how big am I going to get with this drug? So, for me, it didn't work and nothing else worked. And so, ultimately, one of the things that happened kind of back and forth, but I've talked a lot about on my channel with Possum Wrangler a lot too, and those in the chat, you might want to know if you've not had this done. It's a test called GeneSight, GeneSight. GeneSight came out because what happens when I had my nervous breakdown, it was because I did have a chance to try a couple of antidepressants and they didn't work and they had really bad side effects towards me. So GeneSight came out with that because with psych conditions, it really does take a minimum of 6 to 8 weeks to get that relief, and there are the side effects and stuff like that. So GeneSight came on the thing. We're saying, you know what? Everybody's body is different. And that means that their chemistry is not going to metabolize the things right. And if they are also in this one little box that they have the MTHFR gene mutation, they're not going to absorb medications like others because of their unique chemistry. So it came as a test for drugs, and it balanced out to do pain meds, and it's going to go further to every single medication. So there will be a point where every single medication has this chemistry makeup, and with your own gene site testing with your own DNA, your doctor will have that on file, and the pharmacist will check it against that, and they'll say this will respond in this way. What happened ultimately for me is it showed that no psych drug will work except for one, and it showed that most pain drugs will not metabolize in my system. I have the MTHFR gene, so no matter how much pain meds, because I was on I had the fentanyl patch and Dilaudid, and I was still in extreme pain every single day. So did I look like the biggest addict on the face of the planet? Sure. Was my pill count perfect every single time? Yes. Was I still in pain? Yeah, because my body did not understand how to metabolize it. Everybody's body is different, and that's speaking to you in where Lyrica works for you. Lyrica did not work for me. What's the difference between you and I? We talk the same, our blood's the same color, but there's something in how we metabolize our medications, and GeneSight will be that for the future. And people can be on psych drugs and it's not working. And these are the kind of technologies that need to be out there to help people, because depression is a treatable condition. And bipolar is a treatable and manageable condition. And therefore, all of the things that Michelle has are things that so many of us have had, and we have went to our doctors and went through therapy and learned to manage our condition. So it is not an excuse that Michelle had this and that go wrong, because she's had many wonderful things happen. And it wasn't that she just, went off the deep end when she had the unfortunate passing of her son from SIDS. And the only reason that Molly ever said anything about the SIDS babies is because of what Michelle said to Molly. Michelle started something she couldn't finish with Molly. Like I say, I would never start a fight with Molly. The things I have concerning, I'd talk to her about it, but I don't want that woman coming after me. You know what I mean? You got the floor.
Oh, yeah. I had to go get my pain patch and stick that on. Speaking of which, because the rain here is just killing me. But that's what I saw with what's her face with they seem desperate to me. So do I believe that he might have I believed right from the beginning that he did what he did. I thought it was him. I never thought it was anything but. And that's why I think it's so funny. I thought it was so funny when Michelle was saying Molly got mad at me because I busted her gig. I said lots of things in chat about chronic pain and about maybe people don't get it and whatever. And Molly didn't come after me. So the idea that Michelle was targeted because of Molly is ridiculous. That she revealed that Molly was a big scammer and all of that. That nothing could be further from the truth. I very much told Molly I didn't necessarily share her read of things. And because I said it respectfully and within the proper confines as a subscriber, as opposed to trying to hijack links and billing myself as a rope expert and lying about certain things and making such a big scene about so many different things. Molly just accepted that. Nobody agrees 100% of the time. That's ridiculous.
Exactly. And we've shown that you and I don't have the same, views. And that's why I was really, like I said, everybody knows here, I've pretty much been the lone creator because, well, and you know what, and now that you've met me, and I was afraid, I didn't want to bring any controversy to your channel because, people look at it kind of weird when they see the Chris Watts stuff. But the truth of the matter is, and I don't want to piss anybody off, I just want you to keep an open mind. When you do listen to my Chris Watts things, it is because I've proven the case that Shanann, she was the mother that both Snow White and I had. That there are so many things in there that you need to see. There was so much going on that does not justify what happened. So she did not deserve what happened. But there's a lot of other questions in what had happened. And there's a lot of people who feel a certain way. So that's where, if I come to this thing and it has Chris Watts, people might think that. And then when I took the stand, I took, about Tara, I didn't want to bring that at all, but now I see that you are a creator, and I hope that people can hear this, that Snow White and I agree to disagree on many things. Now, one thing I want to bring up. Snow, have you ever, with the exception of the toe, have you ever heard Michelle talk about anything pain generating that would warrant the amount of opioids that she takes? Have you ever heard her know the pain that you and I know that goes 24/7 despite anything we do? Have you ever heard her
She
talk about
always,
being in pain?
she always, no, she always says she's not on opioids. Because she now, and I didn't believe it because she seemed very friendly and very knowledgeable with morphine when she was in the hospital, and I was like, boy, even that amount of morphine would have put me on the floor, and it didn't seem to have any effect. But I will tell you, she said on many an occasion that she does not take opioids, and I think Lissy can back that up. Is that she would talk about it like she was looking down on anybody who had to take them.
Oh, no, 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 no. She's on opioids. She's on the oxys. The oxys are her friend. Did you not catch that little thing about how she couldn't take oxys, couldn't take oxys, couldn't take oxys? Tell she took her Zofran first, and then she took one, and then even though it said to take 2 hours later or 4 hours later, she took another one because she was on the phone.
What?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yes, she's on oxys all day long.
Fucking bitch.
Yes,
See,
that's my
This is what
problem.
makes it so hard to leave her alone. Honestly, this. Mm.
Yes.
I can't tell you how many times I've said to her, "How dare you talk about people who are in chronic pain the way you do?" And that she learned nothing, nothing. Oh, I went after her ruthlessly when she after all the things she said about Lissy and amputees, and then she was so upset about having an amputee, and then she said she had a model who was an amputee friend, and I was like, "Oh Jesus!" And then after and then she's in so much pain she can't stand it, and I said, "Now imagine that every muscle in your body is capable of open revolt that way, and then talk to me about it." And you're going this crazy over a freaking toe. Imagine it's your whole body and the rain is hitting. And she was like, "And I don't take opioids except for this time, except for this time." And now you're telling me she admitted to taking opioids? That pisses me off.
Yes. But she has to snort them. She has to snort them. She said that too. She has to snort them because she gets sick from them. Yes. This is all there. And that's
I've never heard that.
she kept shaking that. Yes, she was shaking that pill bottle in the hospital too. She brought her oxys and benzos to the hospital and was justifying because she popped a couple of them on a live stream. And this is why, because she kept saying, "Well, I have to take my I have to take my I have to take my at-home pills because they're not giving me my at-home pills here in the hospital, and I have to take my at-home pills." No, 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 no. You do not take anything that the hospital does not give you. And then, but these addicts say that, they're like, "No, I have to take them. They're prescribed by another doctor." Nope. When you're in the hospital, they take over every single thing that you have. And if you do obviously have a prescription for something, even if it's for pain meds or benzos, they will confirm that you are supposed to be on them, that you have been on them, that you are responsibly taking them, and they are prescribed, and they take that over. You are not supposed to take anything that they are not giving you. That's how and why she got kicked out of the hospital, and how and why I said that about what it was going to be, and how and why they said that about the rehab. And so when you confirm that, yes, that's what they said, when people were telling me that's not what was being said, because I could read through the lines, because I've seen 1,000 Michelles. I've taken care of how many people who were skin popping between their toes and in their hips and every other thing, and I've helped clean out those decubitus ulcers and everything else, and I know how it goes. And so when I come from that and I'm being told that I'm wrong, they've seen this, they've seen that, well, like you say, you can't ever leave her alone, because a lot of us see a lot of different things, and if you don't have, well, this is why it's exhausting for any man, because any man that was ever with her had to keep up with all of the things and all of her spending. So they had to go out and make a freaking living and be a provider to provide all that she needed. But they also had to be her personal caretaker, and she never sleeps, and she's always go, 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 because she's got that bipolar, and then she's got the substances going. She exhausts a person. She is the entity. She takes all of the life out of anybody living around her.
Lissy, if she's on opioids, and I'm not surprised, that makes me really angry. That makes me really angry.
Yes. And so when she was talking about it, and she said it too. She said, she was going, no, I cannot take the opioids. No, I cannot take them. I cannot take them. They make me very ill. And then she went in, she said, yes, my son's prostitute ex-girlfriend said that, oh, I could never do H because I die because I'm such a lightweight. I cannot take opioids. I can't take them at all. And I have to take another medication to. And then somebody said, oh, what? This, that. And then somebody said, Zofran. Yes, I have to take the Zofran. Then I can take them. And then that's when she started saying that. So, yeah, she has a prescription for Zofran, which also pisses me off because for my Crohn's and gastroparesis and everything like that, Zofran was helping me not to throw up so much because I have a hiatal hernia. So when I throw up, part of my stomach gets caught in my esophagus. It's horribly painful. But I could not have Zofran for a while because of the cost and whatnot, and it's limited. It's not supposed to be given out except for for people with this. So when she's blabbing about her Zofran and everything, she can have it because she has the double coverage for everything. It hurts for
Is
every
that why
pill
the
count that I've
doctor
been.
doesn't want to give it to me? Oh, jeez, peace.
Yes, and that's the thing is that for every pill count that I've been called in spontaneously, for every time I've been called an addict and lying about my pain, for every time that I've had to go and sign all of these contracts and do everything right and be treated like an addict no matter what, when I see her being so cocky and ignoring every law that is out there, it pisses me off when she mixes her benzos that she gets from her street dealer. And I have challenged this, and I know that she's heard it. I have challenged her to put up a prescription of Xanax with a current date and a current doctor showing with the correct amount of pills in it. It's never been done. So she started talking about how her doctor was mad because she didn't have the right amount, but like she had too many of them and this and stuff. And she was calling, and it was a telehealth visit to get her Xanax and stuff. No way. No way. She said she was prescribed the Xanax for a very, very short time because she was so traumatized over the divorce and the domestic violence. Well, that would have ended a year ago. For me, with my severe pelvic issues and everything else, my interstitial cystitis, I was given vaginal Valium. There are suppositories that go in the vagina, and they don't go systemic. It goes, in the vagina, and it relaxes everything. So I could actually sleep at night because it would relax my pelvis. I cannot have that because I'm prescribed Suboxone. If you are prescribed any drug from any other classification, you cannot have two. So I could not have my vaginal Valium, even though it's not systemic, because I have the Suboxone. So I go through all of those things and to sit here and watch her be one of those, because she's going to mix and she's going to have another, well, it's going to be another death that they're going to say was because of abuse. And then that abuse comes out on innocent people like you and I who are responsible and follow every rule and can't have it because of her, because her irresponsibility will be lumped into the same thing to make the same agenda go for the CDC and DEA.
Most people don't know this, but the way when they were talking about the pandemic numbers and all of that, the same thing happened with opioids, where if I get in a car, let's say Calvel comes and picks me up and we go out to the grocery store, and somebody else is at fault and they hit the car and she survives but I die, I'm an opioid related fatality. Now, I'm not driving the car, I'm not altered, I might not even have taken my meds in the last 4 hours, and the driver, meaning Kelval, isn't even responsible for the accident. The other guy careened into me. I could get hit. This building could get hit by a tornado and I could die that way. And I would still be considered an opioid related fatality because I have opioids in my system at the time of my death. That's how they're goosing these numbers, because for some reason they wanted
drive everybody off of the problems. And then they also didn't even split the numbers between obvious street drugs versus people who have legitimate prescription and legitimate needs, because obviously that would taint the target, which is the person. Is all the deaths coming out of one side, out of both sides, or out of one side? Did it start? Where did it start? Any of these things, they don't care. They don't want to know. They just want to keep the tally. And then they didn't even separate for Oxycontin versus oxycodone, which is two different drugs. Oxycontin, if you didn't follow the history of it, the company that made Oxycontin built it, and there but for the grace of God go I. My doctor was just about to switch me onto Oxycontin when the whole thing came out, because what Oxycontin was billed as doing was that it had none of the acetaminophen in it. And so that keeps your liver from getting damaged, because every time I take a med, I'm flooding my liver with acetaminophen, and the body can't process but so much. That's actually why, from my understanding, that's actually what killed Prince, was that he had too much acetaminophen in his system, as opposed to the actual um the actual other active ingredient. So the manufacturers of Oxycontin build it as n- none of the damage to the liver and non-addictive. So when I went to my doctor saying I'm very worried, I do like to have a drink sometimes, occasionally too. That's my maximum, but I do like to have a drink with dinner every once in a while. Is this a problem with the meds? I've never felt loopy or anything, but I'm worried about all the acetaminophen, and I'm starting to feel like that side sometimes hurts, mostly because I was not taking enough of the drugs, and I was actually adding some Tylenol into it because I needed breakthrough meds. And they started, yes, I have to take Bugsy, I have to take regular urine tests, and I have to take them whenever they tell me to. So if I go into the doctor's office and they ask me to take them, I have to take them right there and then. And that's the bottom line. I have to bring my pills with me every single month when I go to the doctor. I have to show what I've taken. It's a whole thing. um and so the idea that the days of it being willy-nilly, and when I needed to get like, I have really bad problems with being in position for dental. I don't have anxiety about the dentist so much as I do being in a seated position, and then my jaw having to stay open for so long, that when I have to go to the dentist, I have to get some sort of, like, one Xanax, two Xanax for the day, just long enough to get through the appointment, so I'm relaxed enough while I'm having the exam. And they won't, I'm not even, first of all, the dentist is not allowed to give it to me. I have to go back to my doctor. The doctor has to monitor it. Usually the doctor will say, just to cover our bases, we're going to do a blood test before. And it's just a whole big rigmarole, because they have to prove, and you can only get them at a pain clinic now. You cannot get them like from your GP or anything. Very few GPs will even consider it. When I moved out of state, I left the doctor I was with for 10 years and I came to another state. It took me 5 months just to find a doctor that was not screening out patients that were on opioids. And every single time I hear a doctor talk to me about my prescriptions, that I'm on too many prescriptions, they see the number and they use that as an excuse. And I said, please let's short, now I say, please let's shortcut this. This is about the opioids, correct? They're like, no, 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 no. It's the sheer number of them. I said, okay, would you like me to give up my albuterol inhaler? Oh, well, no, no. I said, okay, so would you like me to give up my thyroid meds? Well, no, no, that would be dangerous. Okay, would you like me to give up my allergy meds? No, no, that would not make sense. So what would you like me to give up? Oh, we're almost through the whole list. I mean, we're almost to the pain meds. What are you gonna do? And they'll be like, well, okay, it is the pain meds, but the pain meds can interfere with. And I'm like, geez, so what's your alternative? Well, there is none, but I said, okay, so let me get this straight. You don't like any of the drugs that I'm on because you don't like opioids. You don't have any of my medical records in front of me, so you have no idea what pain procedures, the sheer volume of pain procedures I've been in. And you're asking me to say, oh, yes, let me give up the only thing that makes life even remotely bearable. And you have no idea how I will cook, clean, or otherwise provide for myself, which is already a struggle with the meds. And you want to take away the only thing that makes it possible for me to stand up without weeping. Okay, no, that's not going to work.
Well, I could have just said what you did. I could have absolutely done this, because I lived exactly as you did. And the unfortunate part was that, going through the pain clinic for my pain pills was that they're all obsessed with that three model thing where you go with physical therapy, behavioral therapy, and your opioids, but you really can't have opioids unless you have an injection. And those injections, they would go to those trigger points and all of that. And so for me, with my extreme pelvic issues and whatnot, they were trying to do access my pudendal nerve. And so the only true way to know that they hit it is because you make a certain yelp when it hits, because it hurts so bad. So, I asked for the pleasure of having a little bit of Valium so that when I screamed out and cried like a dog and, they had to hold me down and everything. Well, I couldn't have that because I have pain pills. So I was never given that, and, so what I did, 230 sessions of physical therapy, behavioral therapy, had to, have all these random counts and everything, doing my piss test, doing everything right, all of these horrible, painful injections and everything, all of these surgeries, never being able to have any medication for the surgeries because I was already on the amount of meds, and no doctor would cover the acute pain because some who's covering the chronic pain, etc., etc. And so I've lived this. And so that's why I put myself through that rapid detox and, studied it and found a doctor who would go with me, who has an extra certification to do the Suboxone. And now I go to a regular doctor. Yay. But I still, of course, have to take the piss tests and everything. So Snow White and everybody in chat, Shauna, I see you have I see too. I have interstitial cystitis too. That's what the vaginal Valium was for, because my bladder, because of the blisters and ulcers inside my bladder, hemorrhage, and so then the blood clots are so bad that I can't pee past them, and they have to hold me down and irrigate the blood clots and whatnot, and then I have to go with the catheter for a while as I just pee straight blood. But who thinks that's painful, right? It's only listed as one of the most painful human conditions, but I'm not in pain, right? I must be an addict. So Snow White, how is it that you and I have done everything, and you and I have walked this walk, and all of these people in the chat are saying exactly as we are? How come Michelle can do this on a live stream? Do this, and no police officer, no ER, no federal, no CDC, no DEA agent, no. Why are they? I've even called the ATF. Why are they not enforcing this? It hurts
I don't
me
know.
for the pain I've went through. I'm going to give you the floor to answer that.
Well, I don't know, but I would like to, if it's okay, I'd like to drop my, at least let everybody know I am. I go by Snow White on here because I didn't intend to start a channel by channel because Snow White would obviously run into problems with Disney stuff. It's under the name Mayhem Unleashed. That's Mayhem Unleashed, Mayhem. And if you guys want to get a hold of me, you can send me anything at mayhemgoeslive@gmail.com. And if you want to talk, then it would be Snow White YouTube, Snow White YT on Skype, and I'll take messages either way. I'm loath to respond by email only because of this whole tracing stuff, and I don't know enough about proton accounts and all of that. But I am I seriously know full well that if Snow White ever found out who I was, no, if Michelle ever found out who I was, she would try to destroy my life and would care nothing about it. Even if I said to her, I promise to leave YouTube and never come back, she would still, just to get off on it. I fully believe it, it is what it is. So I am very, very cautious about
I have to know somebody quite a bit, and it just was easier to talk by Skype. So I have that set up. And then as far as how she gets away with it, I don't know. I honestly don't know. And it sort of makes me, I mean, I do believe in the Second Amendment, but it almost makes me scared because you look at what, well, it doesn't almost make me scared. You look at what happened in Parkland and some of these other places. They knew who these people were. They knew, and no, and everybody wants to talk about the GUN, and it's like, well, wait a minute. What I'm concerned about is how is it that we report these people, we tell on these people, we say these are the dangerous people, we see this person is doing this, we see this person is doing that, and nothing happens. I've had multiple conversations with the police in her area, and they just don't even want to hear it. And he even said to me, I will tell you this, he even said to me flat out, well, she says that you guys are harassing her. And I said, okay, where can I send the evidence? I'll send you videos that will show you. Yeah, does she get harassment? No more than most big, well-known YouTubers. I don't think she gets any more harassment than Katie Joy when Katie Joy had 5,000 people. I don't think she gets any more harassment than Charlotte got when she started reaching 5,000. I don't she didn't get any more harassment than Amber. She certainly hasn't gotten any more harassment than Lisa. She hasn't got, so meaning there's a certain amount that unfortunately, and I don't agree with it, I don't believe it, I will never dox. I will never do any of these things. So hopefully most people will look away from me and I won't be on anybody's radar. Hopefully. Because I won't do those things to them. But I can show you all the time she's gone after subs. I can show you all the people she's threatened. I can show you SNORTING on a live stream. And the guy was like, well, she could just be saying she's doing that. I was like, she clearly doesn't know she's being watched. She's has a reflection or she leaves somebody backstage and she's clearly doing this on a live stream. How are you not using anybody else you would be arresting for headbutting an officer or biting an EMT? How is it that this woman is getting a free pass? I don't know. I've been in situations where I've reported other people, one other time where I had somebody dead, well, two other times where I had them dead to rights and the cops just did nothing. And I could see that the first time the person was connected and the second time the person was connected. So maybe she has some connection we just don't know about. Because otherwise but then you look at the Parkland kid. I mean, that kid wasn't connected. So how is it that you had all of these warnings and didn't do anything? Didn't do a blessed thing. I don't know. And I don't know how she's getting around all the opioid laws and whatnot, unless she's buying everything illegally. And then the question becomes, what is she going to do when she doesn't have the money?
Well,
Because
this
the
is,
addiction's gonna be awful.
well, okay, this is the thing. Look at all of the money that she's bagged. Look at her having absolutely zero bills, having every single thing paid for, can you imagine a life just like for 1 month like that, of having no bills and your full SSDI and alimony and not one bill, even your phone is taken care of for 1 month? That would be like the best like month. I mean, just like to have that stress taken off of you for 1 month. She's had that every month. So look at this massive amount of money. Where did it go? Well, when you're buying from a street dealer, that's how much it costs. People will put the numbers of how much they have lost, and it is astronomical. And you know what? Every single person who gave her a Cash App and gave her a Venmo and gave her this and that and sent her this and that she turned around and pawned and put on Facebook Marketplace and everything the next day has co-signed to it. They have bought those drugs for her, and damn them for doing it. You do not give money to an active addict in active addiction. That's ridiculous. This is obvious. It's stupid. And so every single one of them has blood on their hands if anything happens to her. Those of us who have taken a hard stance, who said this is an addict, an active addiction. Any money you give them, and because then she was like, no, I want gift cards. Yeah, because all you have to do with a gift card is you go on Craigslist or whatever, and then these people who go and they do that because they know that people have started
Yeah,
begging
they
for
sell
gift
it.
cards instead. They'll buy those gift cards right away for cash. So the gift cards get sold for cash, those pots and pans, everything that she's gotten is doing that. Now, one thing on that too, sorry, I want to say this is ridiculous in that I have seen people now asking for her basically sad fishing kind of in a way is what kind of I guess that's not the right term, but they're like, well, she's got that nice tanning bed, she's got that gym equipment. Why doesn't she sell it? I'd be in the market for it. I'd give her some cash from that. And I said, stop that. Do not encourage her to sell anything from that house. Those are not her assets. Those are marital assets. Those will be divided by the judge. Stop this. Do not
No, no,
encourage her
no,
to
no,
sell
no.
anything.
No, you're wrong on that. You're wrong on that.
Okay, tell me.
The divorce decree specifically gives her everything that he left in the house. Everything that's not his, that was not his, is left. That's the because he literally gave her everything just to get out. So actually, if you look at the divorce decree, it is she's right. She's right that tanning bed because they're already divorced. They've been divorced for a year. They've been divorced.
A couple things on that because she had to surrender the pew pews and his guitars to the court May 15 that were still there. So there is something more going on there.
I don't know about the guitars. I that could be because she flipped. He said that she only has one guitar. So that guitar might be hers, and all the rest of them were his because he had belongings at the house. Those were his. So there was a chest. There was a like a dresser chest that was his. The if there were guitars, I know the pew pews. That's a titled item, but those were specific. The general things, all the exercise equipment and all that, I'm pretty sure is hers. I would be shocked because it says that it says that they it specifically outlines what is his, and it sounded like they were personal possessions. So like a men's sweater is not going to be Michelle's.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. The glass, I don't want you playing the victim in here and saying that, you told me not to come back and you want this and that. I took a hard line because everybody in this conversation is flowing nicely. I've had my channel for a year now and I've done a few lives. I've never needed a moderator and I don't want to change that. That means that, sure, you can agree to disagree and stuff, but please do not take your opinion and change it so that then the conversation between me and Snow is not flowing in that way, so that we have to take time to specifically address what you're saying, which can be addressed on a different and separate panel if you'd like. You're always welcome, but please be careful to not take the whole conversation in a direction that only you want. Please watch the flow of the conversation and then you'll understand a little bit better. And so that's where I'd want to say that. And I'll get your email address before we tie up. Definitely. I wanted to tell you now. Do you know that she said that she has dirt on the sheriff, that she's blackmailing him? Do you
I
know
did hear
that?
that. Yes, I did hear that.
Okay. So did you see, well, I guess you have not been following my community post because I actually was sent something and I scratched out the identifiers, but I put it on my community post where somebody desperately said, hey, look, she's going to do something. She's got the pew pews. You've got to stop. And they say that you won't do anything because this, blah, blah, blah. And the sheriff signed it. I did not cross that off. He goes, yeah, if you believe internet rumors, which I do not. And it wasn't even like spelled correctly. There was no grammar, and it was signed by the sheriff from the sheriff. That was his response. This was about 6 weeks ago when this person said, help, something's going to happen. She says, you won't do anything. Is that? Yeah, if you believe internet rumors, which I don't. That's what the sheriff said.
And meanwhile, those PUNs are there. Those PPs are there because they're titled. They're registered.
Yep.
I don't.
And they shouldn't be there anymore. which you've not heard, because remember when she was talking about the meet and greet and how she was gonna, basically be there, and be Annie Oakley. She was bragging about the GUNS. She hasn't been saying anything about them because they were, of course, supposed to be surrendered May 15, and like I said, there were supposed to be armed people there to make sure that was going to go from one car to the next. That was supposed to be beautifully,
Oh,
I don't
good.
want to say the word executed because, well, I just did. There's the only word that would, for it to go smoothly. How about that? So ever since then, if you've noticed in the last week and stuff, she's not been saying anything about pew pews and how tough she is. Now she's going to bring her pew pew to the meet and greet. So it's kind of funny to see that. Now watch, she probably will, because she's probably listening, or she's on a live right now just spitting nails mad at what we're talking about. But you know what? If I have to make her so mad that she goes into rehab, good. Stay in rehab. Stay in long-term treatment. Now, one of the things. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I do want to talk about my mom said, where would they place her? You know, I think if she really wanted to get help, her parents' mom would say, if she were serious. If she were serious, where would the system? I don't know. Our system is broken. I mean, I desperately need a home health aide. Desperately. There are nights I just last night I did not eat. I'm not sad fishing. I'm not suggesting to you I didn't have money for groceries, but I just couldn't stomach the idea of ordering from takeout again, and I just didn't have the physical capability of cooking. You would think, in our mind, we think I used to call my taxes my there but for the grace of God go I money, because as even though I thought they were too high and even though I thought they were mismanaged, I thought at least the people who were really, really in desperate shape, when I saw somebody, I thought, oh, thank God that person is taken care of. I never dreamt that the system was as broken as it really is, and unnecessarily so, if you ask me. So, while I have sympathy that there might not be a readily available place for her, at some point you realize that she has far more sources, and she is at least physically capable, so she could fly home, beg on bended knee. She would have to get real about it. If I begged, there'd be no one to beg to, because there would be no programs. And so I don't know the answer.
Oh, did she do a demonstrate? Yeah, she was not supposed to have them as of the 15th. One, I just off the top of my head, I'm so sorry to hear that, Snow. And one of the things I'd like to tell you is that when I was absolutely bedbound before Suboxone got me mobile again and everything, I did Meals on Wheels, even though I wasn't quite a senior, because they bring that and they can drop that at your doorstep. Do you have a caseworker or a social worker?
I need to get one here, but it's just
Yes.
it's terrible that they I know that a lot of times I fall through the cracks because I'm too healthy to be sick and too sick to be healthy.
Don't sell
I just
yourself
have not had
short.
the best luck.
Nope. You know what? I'm going to pick you right up, sweetheart. No. Because people like Michelle are costing our system, our taxpayers, how much? When you see that, the alimony. Okay, so Etienne was a military man, so our taxes paid him. He did great. He did a great career. He should be living life as a happy, retired, or I can't remember which branch he was in. Was he in the army? Was he army? I think he was army. He should be able to be enjoying retirement, but right now he works, and I hear that he's doing very well in his profession. He's a good man. He's a good provider, okay? But he's paid by our tax dollars, so his retirement is paid by our taxpayers. So as he was giving alimony to her, that's from our tax dollars, she remained on TRICARE as he was retired, however, which was her secondary carrier to her Medicare, plus her SSDI, plus her food stamps. Now, what she could have done is she could have applied for Section 8, so she would have been on the waiting list, so she wouldn't even have to pay for a place. She would have to pay like, $50 or $100, for a place to live. She could be on Section 8. So I, I'm just bewildered, and I don't know, but yeah, the guns were all registered to ETN. Those guns were all those PPUs
I
were all
thought
in his name.
I thought there was a third one though. I thought the two were registered to him, and there was a third one that she got at the gun show.
As we just saw in the chat, somebody said they don't have to be registered in Georgia, so that could be true for the one that she has, if she really still has one, is doing that. The way that I was told when I was, actively being a part of making sure that everything went smoothly on the 15th, was that they were all registered in, because I talked about this too, because my thing was, where I turned in and everything, where she kept saying on everything she was going to have a Mexican standoff, and that by definition Mexican standoff is essentially a shootout and nobody wins. And so the writing was on the wall. She was writing the writing. And so she was much more cocky.
Let me say this. Let me say this. Okay, so in Georgia, the law is such that you have. Some people say it's a GUN show loophole, but in the
Right.
state of Georgia, if you're selling from one to another and you're both from Georgia, then it's considered a private sale, and it doesn't even have to go through a background check.
So that's how she had one. Now, could she travel with them? Because that was also the big thing. Because when she was going to go to her meet and greet and take her GUN, she was talking about how she travels with it. She just has to keep her bullets separate or whatever. And I'm going, you are not tough without a GUN. And Freud says that GUNs are actually a PENIS. So she thinks she's the big dick man. She thinks she's a big dick man with a gun. That's how
Well, the way she talks about them, but
yep.
I don't think that's true for most. I don't think that's true for most owners.
No, but for her, she's nothing without that. With her, she is nothing, because okay, let's see you get face to face, but sure you're gonna bite and scratch me. But you know what? I've been in the nut bin too, so like I'm just saying.
Well,
and we're like, oh,
and if Etienne bought that at a gun at a pew pew show, and that's not registered, she could have said, "Well, I don't have a third one," and how would he even prove that she did?
Well, hopefully, let's say that hopefully now that her victim of her domestic abuse, let's hope that he's getting help for his probable PTSD and Stockholm syndrome. Let's hope that he's been very, very open with the authorities, as we have with our concerns, and hopefully those will be taken away. With her significant history of self-harm, I saw somebody writing in the thing that she will never self-harm. I'm like, what are you talking about? She has a long history of self-harm. She has a long history of inpatient psych, and she's been in rehab before. She can be in rehab again anytime she'd want. The problem is she does not stay in rehab or inpatient. As soon as she starts getting that horrible feeling from the withdrawal and stuff, and she's not getting everything she wants, because the thing is that in inpatient, whether it is psych or it is rehab, as what should be right now, is that there are limits and there are boundaries, and you have to do things, and unless and until you do that, you do not get this. You do that to Michelle, what does she do? She throws her big fit, she'll walk out. That's what she's done every single time she's been given that instead of jail time. That's why she's so cocky. So without the money, without the GUN, without the dogs, how is she going to get her money? She can't prostitute as she always has, because no one's going to pay for that. Okay? And how is she going to get the money for the DRUGS? Okay? Did you have an epiphany?
I'm reading Stumbling In's post. Oh my God, that just makes me so sick.
Are you kidding, Stumbling In?
I've never seen someone behave like that with pew pews. I know a lot of people who are very, very involved.
Kelvel, I'm watching Lumberjack's comment. Snow White, you said your email address, and Lumberjack is really trying to get to you with an email address. I put my email address because I'm comfortable with that. You said you had a little bit of hesitancy with that. Are you comfortable?
By writing, but if somebody wants to send me something, they can send it to Mayhem Goes Live at Gmail.
I'm going to post that in there. Lumberjack, I don't know how comfortable you are with this, Snow White. Are you okay with this?
Yeah.
To
If
put
yeah,
your
I don't
email.
mind if you
Okay.
want to send something to me, but if you want to talk, if you want to have an exchange, I'll only do that on Skype.
Okay, so mayhem, mayhem, unleashed at Gmail.
No, it's Mayhem Goes Live because that was originally the
Okay.
name of the
Oh,
channel.
MG hell. Ha ha ha.
Yeah. And then people were just like, we don't know if it's you. We don't know if it's not you. There was already the confusion with Snow White versus not. So, yeah. So then I changed it.
Okay, so like I say, I put when I saw him because Lumberjack, I don't know how long you've been in here, but because I didn't have power on my phone, I couldn't take this, and I have problems with StreamYard picking up my snowball. So the only way Snow White and I were able to do this is if I mute while she talks. So right now we're covering a lot of different information, and so I was watching you in the chat. I'm watching everything, you guys. You guys are amazing, and you guys are vibing so good. So the Lumberjack, when I saw that, I give you my email address right away so I could pop it over to Snow White if she's comfortable with that. So I'm watching, and so guys, don't think I'm not watching. I see everything, but I put myself out on a limb and putting my email out there from the beginning as I have, and so I was not sure if that was what Snow White had as her comfort level, as Snow White and I are just getting ready to kind of figure out each other's style. So I see that you have something urgent, but
You can also reach me by Skype, and that is Snow White, one word. So Snow White, and then the last two letters IT for YouTube. And if it's something that you want to be able to discuss with me, I just don't I'm afraid of getting all of that. So if it's something that requires talking to, then you have to reach out to me that way.
And Snow White, honey, I want to tell you, you don't know all my history. I so coming from the Chris Watts world where I took a very different stance. My email was hacked and hacked and hacked and hacked. I get things all the time where somebody's trying to get into mine, so I'm very careful with what I have. I delete things so that they're not there. So when somebody hacks, they're going to find a bunch of nothing. So I put it out there because I'm comfortable in that. So now that you have put your Gmail out there, be very, very careful. I was just watching this because we've had a problem with a troll in here and we know that somebody's listening. So Lumberjack, if you're legit, I do apologize for the scrutiny, but you must understand that we're dealing with an entity.
And I don't have anything in that account. I don't use that for anything but this, and it's only brand new. So
Okay, perfect.
if they hack it, they will get nothing because there's nothing in it.
Okay. Yeah, and so now I'm writing down notes. I'm writing down notes here, and so the next panel, let's do on yours, and we'll set up, and even if I have to do the phone, and we were going to do the question I was going to have you pose, that we kind of talked about, is we're going to say who was a bigger threat and who had the bigger part in bringing Molly down. Was it KJ or Michelle? So we'll kind of wrap this up now, and then if you can set that up with me whenever, whatever's convenient. And then you touched on something else that I can really speak on, and that's Prince. And you guys are gonna love the backstory I have about Prince. So we're gonna do a Prince thing, and I will invite you back here to my channel. So let's figure out 2 days this week that work for you. I'm having surgery on Friday, so
Oh wow!
oh, it's just not a big deal. So I'm having surgery on Friday, so I'll be in surgery on Friday, and then so we can probably go. My week is pretty clear. Just email me. So let's do Prince on my channel, and let's do the who had the bigger part of Molly on your channel with StreamYard. Does that sound like? Does that sound fun to everybody?
And if you want to look at my list, maybe we can pick one day, like a week, that we just knock out things. But I have a list under my community tab of the topics that I'm looking to talk about in the next 3 months. So
Okay.
if there's any issues that are appeal to you, because I really do want to start to move away, at least in large part away from this Michelle thing. I just I, I will say this. I find, if you would you mind muting for a second?
Oh, I'm
Um,
sorry. I'm sorry.
it's
Kelval
okay.
usually pops me in there
It's
and says, "Mute, woman."
it's crazy. No, I find all of this insanity, and I just want to say on my channel, which this is just for my channel. I only can speak to my own area. But for my channel, if any of my mods or any of my subs ever feel like there's stuff that's going on and they just feel uncomfortable being in chat under their name, they can just come in under sock. I won't mind, as long as they're still abiding by my one hard and fast rule, which is no fighting between people in the chat. Like, as long as you're being respectful, I've run a pretty, like Tabitha, I really have not had until recently much need for mods, and even then I think there's only been maybe 6 or 7 times that anybody has even been put into a timeout. So as far as that goes, but I this whole ugliness with people going after each other's subs and different creators, and you're not on the right side, and the side and this and that, I just, the whole thing makes me so nauseated, and I think it's like everybody doesn't want to be involved in it, but yet she's like, she's drawing us all into this web of conflict where we're all going at each other. And then there's a lot of people who will come to me and say, I thought you didn't like me because of this. And I'm like, what, whoa, if I gave you that idea, and I don't even mean old things, I mean like more recent things, and I think I don't even look at the world that way. I really just don't. So I want to get away from at least some of the ugliness, because look at this. They were so desperate to come in here tonight and cause chaos, and yet most of the night we've talked about, and that's why I wanted to do the panel with Tabitha, was because I didn't just want to talk about Michelle. I wanted to talk about how we take this and then use it into our real life. What are the laws about pew pews? What are the rules and regulations that cover opioids, and what might we do? These are all really important subjects that, yeah, Michelle has been an interesting gateway to get into them, but there's more important things that we can and should be discussing. And this way we no, and this way I love you, that's why I sometimes use you as a reference, but this way we have a common reference point, and maybe we get some more extra eyeballs into it. But we've been talking about really important subjects all night, and I think that some of these things are way more important, but it just gives us some idea of what's going on, you know hello.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, Lumberjack, there is a lot of us who know about a plan and have, as the sheriff is obviously showing himself to not be a good steward of safety. I do encourage you to go ahead and report anything that you do feel is that way to the FBI, and I can give you that intake number. And I'm going to do this across the board. If any and all of you do feel that there is a threat, since the local officials are not taking it seriously. And Snow, as you kind of talked about the other day, where you can ask for a government liaison, um, the FBI intake, let's see here. I've got it. Um, Dang it, it doesn't show the numbers. I have it from when I called. Google FBI intake. What it's in my thing, and when I pushed on it, I thought I was going to be able to give you that. So what you're looking for is you're looking for an FBI intake. So FBI INTAKE. You're going to call that number, and it's going to push you through a lot of things, and it's going to let you leave a voicemail. You're going to leave your number, the contact number, her address. If you do not have those things, I'd be happy. Well, I'm not going to do that. You could. Well, you must know and take it to the FBI. They will figure out because they have a file. There are several of us who have went ahead and reported it on that FBI intake thing, and they will collaborate and they will get everything there. When you do have local good old boys be in the good old boys club and acting like they don't believe on anything on the internet and stuff, we know that there's a very we know that there's been a plan. We know. So if you have information to create to that, please report that upwards.
I have a question for you, Tabitha, and then I will share a little bit on liaison. But can you please mute? Yeah, thank you. Okay, real quick. Every government office, whether it be a state level or a federal office, they all have a liaison office. That's a group of people who just sit around and respond to your state reps, to your state senator types, whatever that may be. So if your social security check doesn't come on time, right? And your 90-year-old mom doesn't get her check in the mail and the check doesn't come and now you need social security to resolve it, you can write a letter to social security and you'll be like 1 millionth and one in line. But if you contact your state rep and you say, hey, or you contact your congressman and you say, I need help and I need this to be worked as a case management issue, casework, that's the shorthand. They will open a case and you ask them to contact their liaison office. So if
Sorry, I'm going to cut in really quick. Lumberjack, if you did, okay, as the two words have came up, self-harm, if you need to call 911, you have to call 911 right now. Call 911. We're not doing an email back and forth, and this could be somebody who's just trying to take our stream, but I cannot risk that in here. Lumberjack, this isn't about an email. Call 911. Okay, sorry, Snow.
and that is the question. The one thing I am worried about is that nonsense created this narrative, and I do worry about that. And that's actually, let's stop with that.
With the 18, yeah.
You and I should talk. Now that I have your email address, I'm going to send you something and I'll send you my phone number so that we can actually have a conversation, or you can reach me by Skype if you have Skype. And because I am worried about a particular aspect of that, because there was a whole thing that went into that I think was a very dangerous narrative that was put out, because I've heard her repeat it a couple of times, and it does worry me. And I've asked about this, but I haven't known what to do with it. So that's something that we should talk about. And yeah, if you think that there is any real risk to her from her, that's you should be the only thing you can do is call 911. And I would say even call emergency services and say to them, we're hitting a roadblock for this reason, and explain to them what you're thinking. And don't wait for me to get back to you, don't wait for Tabitha to get back to you. This If you feel that this is honestly what you believe, then you should act as if that's a real thing. And just one of the things I've noticed is that if you're insistent, you get a very different response. If you are willing to take no, they'll just keep giving you no. That's true with any government agency. They're people. Remember that anybody who answers the phone, it's a person. So do you respond to somebody who's an asshole, or do you respond to the person who's nice? Most of the time you respond and want to help the person who's nice. If somebody would call me and ask for a student, I needed a yellow book and I need you to send it to me right away because I didn't do my homework on time, and you work for me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I get 2 weeks to turnaround time. If somebody calls and they're begging me and they're like, please, please, I know I'm an irresponsible idiot and I really need you to do it, I'll go down on my lunch break and I'll pick it up, because we're humans. So you got to think about it in those terms, but you also have to advantage yourself. This is true for Michelle. This is true for any other subject in life that you might come to. You have to decide, how do I work that system? How do I use the resources I have? And in this case, you have to reach out to the right people and pursue it like it's with urgency. And I can't walk you through that, and Tabitha can't work you through that. And because we don't know any more about it than necessarily anybody, they're the same resources we all have. So I'm happy to talk to you about it. I'm happy to help you. But if you think it's that sort of a problem,
you should call emergency services in the morning. Tell them that she has gotten a block. She is convinced this idiot.
Not wait till the morning. Sorry. If there's any threat right now, he has
Yes,
to call
yes.
911. Sorry, sorry.
If it's an immediate thing, then yes, you should. But if you need to figure out a way around Jolly, that's you're gonna have to think about that. You're gonna have to think about that, and that we can't really tell you any more than really past that. But don't wait. Don't wait for one of us to respond to you. This is important.
Yeah, I'm not liking this. That he'll only or lumberjack will only call you. I cannot. As I cannot, as a creator, not look at this, but this is also something that, because we had the problem with the two trolls in the beginning, it seems very, very sus to me that this person will not email me, of which I'm available to take that email right now,
And
as my
honestly,
phone is
Tabitha
charging.
is a better
So,
person to respond to. Tabitha's a better, is more knowledgeable. She's a subject matter expert. I am not.
So no, and even I would say nope, nope, nope. We go 911. We go 911. And so now. So I think this is a troll taking away from, because we were making a lot of
Yeah,
progress with our
yeah,
conversation. I don't believe this, and I want you to be very cautious with your email, to be responsible, as I've said.
yes.
If somebody is, if the troll or whatever is even thinking about it and whatnot, you're going to go ahead and call that 988 suicide hotline. Hopefully it's not like, well, when I was in 1991, when I had a really bad day and I was feeling S, I had gotten out my phone book, the phone books we used to have with the white and yellow pages, and I called the S hotline and I got put on hold. So I was like, oh
And
God, if that's not a sign from the universe, oh God.
and you know what? I know you guys. I hope my people have all subbed up to Tabitha. But also, if you ever need mods, feel free to use any of my people are trustworthy. If you ever need a mod, Lissy said she would do it. You can count on Lissy, even to just have one, because you never know when you're going to need somebody, and that way you don't have to stop to give your email address and whatnot.
Yeah, and so lumberjack, if you're talking about the, I'm not going to say anything more. The numbers are there.
Yep.
And
But you
so
should
yeah.
have a mod. You should have a mod. I know I didn't think I would need one or didn't think I'd want one, but you should have a mod at all. It's just good practice.
Okay, you know what, lumberjack, you can look at my history, and I have about 33, 34, 35 podcasts you can listen, so I have the better history too. Well, not to compare with Tabitha, well, not to compare with Snow, but I have a history too, so you could feel very safe emailing me if this was the thing. So yeah, I'm not lumberjack, please don't comment it on anymore. My
Okay,
email was there, so I don't believe this shit anyway. So anyway,
so
let's plan
you
those
can
next two.
on my community tab. I do have a list of all the topics I've been looking at, and I would consider
Right
any
on.
but
Well, and that's the thing, is that I was starting to do this panel of healing, okay? And then she said, because she stayed on and she got, much more volatile, I have a whole other thing of so many people who are hurt. And so I'm dealing with that in my email, because I have broken people. She is broken, that will not come near the internet. And like I said, I had to take time off of my own channel and not even be able to look at my phone, because I couldn't get away from this in my own head. I had to go because she was triggering me. And I have to be very careful. I have the borderline diagnosis, because I'm very honest. And so the damage that she was, okay, fuck you, lumberjack, get out. This is Tara. This is Tara. She's just taking our stream. There you go. Be careful with any emails you get. This is bullshit. That they're playing. So anyway, oh man, they were getting information out. You know what? Fuck you. Of course, lumberjack. So we think it's a man too. Yeah.
the only reason we worry about is because the whole thing that got Penelope to cross wires with nonsense in the first place was that nonsense spread this idea that all of the creators, which I was not at the time, and I don't think
I
you,
know the 18. I know.
yeah, that worries me, because I could see her trying to capitalize on that.
to
Yeah,
blame
and
whatever,
Kel
and they go too far.
Kelval, Kelval, she does not have an actual diagnosis of narcissism. We're pontificating that. She does have the diagnosis of borderline, and I share that same diagnosis. Borderline is actually kind of here in America. They put a rubber stamp on anybody who indulged in self harm. It was a hotkey to get the SSDI right away, except for in my case where it didn't work because I was too embarrassed to ever tell anybody I had borderline. So instead, I waited. I tried to do it on my Crohn's and my congestive heart failure, etc., etc. So because of all the damage that she did to all of us who do have borderline, and we don't want her looking like the poster girl for borderline, I started, talking about borderline and about Suboxone, really trying to do better and create a healing space. And because she's continuing to do damage, I can't mitigate that damage right now. I can't do healing panels when everybody comes in and says she's live right now and they leave. Well, as long as she's still out there doing this, and that's why she's been deplatformed. We are all trying to stop the damage, mitigate what is there, and go on healing. I don't want to talk about her one more time. I have said what I've said, but until she's out there creating a problem, until she is in a safe setting, I have to talk on this. And we all feel that we do. So with that being said,
I'm
I,
trying to make it a portion of my journey at a given time, and to try to tie it back to more important issues, so that because otherwise I'm not going to want to keep going with the channel. I can just tell you, as far as I'm concerned, if this is all I'm going to talk about for the next year, then I feel like I'm wasting my time. That's just me. And I know there's a monetary element of it too, but for me, I feel like, gosh, there has to be something more productive I can do with my time. And if I can use her as a gateway. I feel like I gave a class on contract law and standing up for yourself by just draping it in Michelle. so so that's why I'm trying to weave my content together in a way that it isn't completely about her. Because what else can you do? You're right.
I think that we all can take what we have seen and use these as little seeds to replant our garden in our YouTube streets with beautiful flowers and a happy place that will come out of this. We are going to go through and be stronger and better because I got to meet you, which is number one. I got to meet a lot of
Aw, feel the
really
same way.
great people. And I mean, I'm finding so many people out there who are on Suboxone, who are suffering with chronic pain like I was, like you. I didn't know that you suffer as I suffer. And as we saw in the chat, there are so many of us who are being brought together as people who have suffered silently behind closed doors and been treated like shit because of people like Michelle. And this is our opportunity to come together and talk and say, really, I see you. I didn't know that you hurt like I do. These doctors have made me feel like I'm alone and that I don't have a right to exist and I'm a burden. And I've had to work through those things and I've had to fight so hard to get my function back because I couldn't even put on my own shoes or walk 2 steps without falling. And so it's like I love hearing that you guys are out there too. And together we would have never met had it not been for Michelle. So with these seeds, it is great. And you, Snow White, are not going to walk away. You are full of knowledge in this world needs your
Well,
knowledge. Talk
it's
about
just
what you saw on the hill. Talk about what that was like. Talk about chronic pain. Talk about
yeah,
all
that's
of
what I
the
want
things
to
that
do.
you know
That's
and
more.
go forward. You are amazing to listen to. You are a wealth of knowledge and you
Oh,
do
come
not
on.
need to sit there in your house and be hungry and too afraid to ask for help. Get a caseworker, get that home health worker. I had to do with a caseworker. I had to call my primary care and say, "Hey, I need a caseworker." And they were like, "We've got one in the office." And they coordinated that home health for me,
They
which
were
got the
not.
meal on wheels and all of that. That's
My
what you
old
have to do.
state had none of that. I tried for 5 years. Like, I had a 3-inch file of things that I even went to an administrative law judge. They just didn't have it. It was bad. People don't realize how dysfunctional some of these states are. And
Well, yeah.
I do want to say this, and this is important. Yeah, thank you. Um, I will say this.
if you guys feel this way, because I see so many subs that say, I'm over it, I'm done with it, I'm done with it, I'm over it. And yet, if somebody tries to talk about something else, you want to go run after the thing. As long as you guys, and I don't mean you, because I don't hold this audience in that same regard, but when you see so many other subs doing that and following the story, then you have to start to say to them, are you guys going to leave because this isn't that? Because if that's what's going to happen, then you can't blame somebody who makes their living on YouTube, because a lot of these creators do. When they're looking around for content and they're looking for somebody, and Michelle is putting up her hand going, make me your content, by everything she does, that's what she's doing, and the audience follows it. That's like asking why, NBC put on so many versions of Law and Order, or why CBS put on so many episodes of CSI, or why so many colleges, how about this, why so many colleges created CSI programs. There aren't that many CSI jobs, but they did that because that's what students wanted to study. And you can't expect content creators, especially if they are making their living or making a significant portion of their living off of YouTube, to not go where the eyeballs are. That's really, so you have to promote what you want. You have to promote the things you want positively. If what you want is an end to the poking of the bear, then you have to start rewarding the people who do other content. Go watch Tabitha's old content. I mean, literally, that's what will happen. When what made me feel like I could make other content and people would watch it was when I put a small chunk of Michelle in one live stream with Karen Reed, with Lauren De Laguna, Karen Reed on the front end, and parental responsibility on the back end. And I had one of my highest, I had 1,700 for a channel that only has 1,000 people. I had 1,700 views for that one live stream. And the part I did talk about, Michelle, was about inheritance law. There was only about 10 minutes of gossipy type stuff in there, but I had to package it a certain way. And so it comes back to, and I don't have to worry that nobody watches, because I don't make my living this way. This is an extra little bit of money that makes for the occasional splurge, right? That's what that is. And probably a lot of it will just pay for, like, what I make will pay for StreamYard, or and a better mic, or whatever it might be. So realistically, I'm not as sensitive to that as maybe somebody who makes their living on YouTube. But if you guys want creators to start doing other stuff, you need to tell them that. Tell them, please go please give us a break from this for one night. Please, I will watch. I promise I will watch if you do X. And they'll start to do it because they'll want to go where the eyeballs are. So some of this goes back. It is on the creators, but it's also on the eyeballs. If you watch a lot of reality television, you can't complain when the TV networks start filling up their airwaves. Instead of doing original dramas and original comedies, they start giving you a lot of low cost versions of reality housewives. It's just a reality. They're going to go where the eyeballs are.
Beautifully stated. Let me pop in here really quick. Okay, so let's see here. I wanted to say, so Stumbling, there's a few things I wanted to say. Hello, thanks for coming in, Stumbling. I also have POTS, and so I want you to know you're not alone with that. And I've seen that you said that you took that GeneSight card into the ER, and you said that the ER won't even give you fluids. This is part of the bigger picture. They are trying to stop all of us who used to go to the ER when we were told to, because the doctors were telling us, when your pain is this much and your chronic pain medication is not given to it, report to the ER. The ER was saying, don't send us those, you guys are the ones who are supposed to do it. So we got thrown back and forth, and this happened. So of course they're not going to respond to something in GeneSight in the ER. They're not even going to give you fluids anymore. POTS is a managed condition with your primary care provider. I'm sure you've heard that, but you must try to find a great primary care provider. Ask around, ask in the community, go to Google reviews, find that primary care provider, bring that GeneSight, talk about your POTS. If cannot find one through your insurance, you're going to have to go ahead and unfortunately pay a little bit. And what you're going to need to find is a functional medicine doctor. They are often known as chiropractors, but you're going to look for those words, functional medicine, and they're going to get there and they're going to find out functionally. Like for my POTS, they were able to do a couple of different tests that doctors would never do, that were able to see, kind of how we're getting there, what's happening. And then we were able to look at, okay, how can I function better so that I'm not going to have a loss of blood pressure when I'm coming out of the bathtub and fall and, crack my vagina again. I'm just saying I've had some terrible things happen because of my POTS. So I'm okay. I guess I can't break my crotch again, but that's what I'm saying. So with POTS, with POTS, it sucks. So Stumbling, thank you so much. Flying Mom, you have done so much in this chat. I love everything that you've done. Thank you, and I really appreciate that you supported me in saying that White needs to find an advocate. Sadly, it's hard to find an advocate, but it is the absolute truth that if you do not have a witness right now, or AKA advocate, doctors, especially pain providers, especially to a pain patient, especially when we say that forbidden word, fibromyalgia, they think it's a license to treat us like shit, unless you have an advocate, aka a witness. So those are tough to find. Try to always bring somebody with you. Now, Snow White, when I did my channel, my best friend across the pond is named Jules, Jools, and she has like XX Jules XX. She is over in the UK, and she has terrible fibromyalgia. She's not been able to leave her home for 10 years because of it. They treat people with fibromyalgia even worse than they do here in the US, if you can believe it. So her and I have actually, checked out, and there's some great articles. They are finding out things about fibro that you would not even believe, because I have fibro as well. They put that on there. So there's some great conversations we're going to continue to have. So with that, let's see here. I think I got everybody in.
Yeah,
so
we got to wrap.
no, Salty, Lumberjack's comments I blocked and took out Lumberjack's. Lumberjack has been given the email address that they needed so desperately, and all of the content and all of the numbers that were needed for the emergency that Lumberjack was having have been given. And at that point, I needed to cut it, because as my responsibility as a creator, if there were those threats, I needed to legally and morally say what I did. But Lumberjack then started to insult me and say that's why they're not going to trust me, because I reminded them that I have a history with Michelle as well, and it became that, and they're gone. So if there is a concern, which I don't think that it was, I do believe it's a troll, then that has been handled. So I'm sorry if the stream's a little bit behind. I absolutely am new to StreamYard. I do not pay. I'm doing the free version. And maybe that's why I don't see the option to make anybody a mod. When you said you pay for StreamYard, Snow, maybe that's what gives you the option to make people mods, because I don't see anything here that's giving me the option to make a mod.
When you log off, you can see to the side of names, or not to the side, I'm sorry. So when you log off, you'll see the list of all the people you pull up. You have to wait till the live chat populates. This is the only way. I know there's other ways to do it during the live stream. I don't know those ways because I'm technologically challenged. But what I did was I would go in and I would highlight Lissy's name, right? And then it'll pull up to make a mod that way. So you have to wait till the live stream populates in your video. Press down on that in your YouTube, in your regular YouTube. You just press down. And when you press down, it'll give you that option to make them a mod. I know that there is a way to do it while you're doing the live stream like this, but I just don't know what it is. So that's why I kept forgetting. I was like, but it's good practice to just at least have one person. So you don't have to stop to do it. And then if you have to, you can always bounce somebody through the side, but you don't want to have to be worried about the chat, because once you start getting more people in chat, I can tell you at a point I think the most I ever had was 150 in chat. I don't know how the hell little Molly used to do it. I don't know how. Because I get behind in chat, and you don't want to end up behind the chat and then you don't have a mod. So better to get a good mod when when you can maybe not jive so well with somebody. And that way, by the time you do have 100 people regularly in your chat, you have somebody that you can really count on. Because I know that I've had some turnover and some people that I've had to rethink, once I saw how available they were going to be or how committed they really were. And I wouldn't want to find that out at the point I had 3,000 people. That would
So
be
see,
nasty.
thank you so much. That's great advice. I think it is with the paid version though, because I've got the free. So I tried that because I've seen that people can do that. And so when I go over somebody's name, it gives me the option. It says put user in timeout or ban user and delete their
No, no,
comments.
no, no. You have to wait till the live stream is over to do it that way. So when you're done tonight, after we log out, you say goodnight to everybody, right? Then close out, go to YouTube, go to your YouTube chat, and wait till your live chat, your live stream populates. So meaning you can see who was talking and talking and talking. Then you go back in and you press down that name. So don't do it while we're on. You have to wait till you're done. And maybe like in a half an hour, you go back in, pull up the live chat, and then press over whatever names you want to make and then mod them. And if that doesn't become obvious to you, we can not live stream, but you and I can talk on the phone, and you can pull out your laptop and I'll help you walk through it.
That sounds awesome. And if all of you guys are down with it, you guys have all been amazing. And thank you, Dying Duck Fit, for doing the part of a mod. It says, hit the like, help Tabitha be shown to a wider audience. Thank you so much. Please like and subscribe. And so if you guys all don't mind, you guys have all been amazing here. If all of you don't mind, I like to make you guys all mods so that in the future when we have discussions, you guys are all here. And you guys have I've watched all of you. I've seen you all be amazing. And like I say, I've done lives where I've never needed a mod, and so to just be so privileged to have such an adult discussion. And as our audience grows, absolutely, I would love all of you guys to be a mod. So if you specifically do not want to be a mod, don't want to have anything to do with me, please say, don't make me a mod, bitch. Because otherwise I'll make you all a mod. Yes.
My people would never say that. They might say it to me, but not to you. No, I'm kidding.
Right, exactly. Yeah, look, I only want to email you about a specific, very specific thread that's going on right now. Only you, Snow White. I don't like that horrible Tabby J, man. She's a bitch. She's a bitch, and she told me.
Meaning they would only tell me off. My people would only tell me off. They wouldn't tell you off.
Oh no, I'm talking about Lumberjack and how that Lumberjack was trying to play us right there in triangulation.
More insistent they became. I was like, and I thought the other one was awfully insistent about it being me too. And I thought, they both seem to only want to talk to me. I'm not that narcissist.
And what is a narcissist?
I think I'm that special.
Okay, Flying Mom. I understand you don't want to be a mod. Replay crew, awesome. But Flying Mom Laura, you've been amazing in here, and I really thank you for being an advocate and in the elderly population, as I think you said in there too. That's really difficult work, but it is absolutely something that needs. I mean, honestly, you need to grab somebody there. I always was embarrassed. I never wanted my husband to go to the doctor with me and stuff, but you know what? We both go to each other's doctors things now, and for my surgeries and everything, he's there because I found when he's there, they don't fuck with me. You know what I mean? It's like they're just not quite as mean to me. Quickly. So, I had my rotator cuff repaired, and it had been, a 20-year horrible injury, frozen shoulder, everything that could go wrong. But it had actually started early in childhood from some of the physical abuse and whatnot. And so I just always had this bad shoulder. It was a thing with me and my bad shoulder. So when I finally got it fixed, I had worked extensively with my Suboxone provider and my surgeon and the anesthesia team. They all worked beautifully together to make sure of the anesthesia I could be on with the best chance, of not being affected with the Suboxone. I did not have to stop the Suboxone like they used to make you do before surgery, which was very, very scary because I would have went into withdrawal. They made a great plan that would have me take a load, actually lower my dosage of Suboxone a little bit and be able to take opioids. There's a way to do it with the prescribing so that I would get pain relief. So they did everything beautifully so that I'm going into it on my baseline Suboxone, which takes away about 80% of my pain so I can function.
Wow.
Going into this surgery, and when they got in, they saw that, I had this massive hole in my shoulder. It was all torn in there. My bursa was shattered. There was this bone spur that had been cut in the ligaments and everything. It was horrible in there. So it was a very extensive, very horrible surgery to go through. And we get out, because past the PA and DEM, I see they still want you in and out of the hospital. They don't want you staying there to get an infection. I responded well to coming off the anesthesia and everything. It was a full thickness tear rotator cuff with all of the repair. They had to take my bicep, reattach my bicep, all this stuff, right? So I'm trying to be tough to get there because we got to go to the pharmacy to get my at-home drugs. So we go to the pharmacy, which, like I said, was this beautiful thing between the surgeon, the anesthesia team, and my Suboxone provider. And guess what? The insurance agency blocked anything from me being able to get opioids because they thought I was drug seeking and I'm on Suboxone. So the insurance put this down, and in my state, you are not allowed to pay cash for opioids. So it, of course, was Thursday. What happens on a Thursday? Not a lot. So then, of course, Friday, everybody's getting ready for the weekend. So with all of the appeals that the anesthesia team, the surgeon, and my doctor were putting in through the insurance and whatnot, nothing went through. So then Saturday, Sunday, you don't even know the pain I had to go in. So I had no post-op pain for that.
Oh my
because of assholes
God.
like Michelle. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, half of Monday, they finally called and said it went through, and I was like, I don't need it. I made it through that, and I know that I can make it through anything, and I don't need anything from anybody, so fuck off. I had to literally put myself in a mental place where I could not see or hear anything and sit and rock myself because I was in so much pain because I couldn't have anything. I worked so hard, my doctors worked so hard, and that's the kind of life that I live because of assholes like Michelle. So, it was unbelievable. And my surgeon and they are so sorry. They are so sorry. They were all calling and they were advocating. The nurses were calling. Everybody's calling. But that's the way our system is set up now because they don't want you getting this and they don't want you getting that.
Do you guys hear my
What did you say?
Do you guys hear my co-host?
Well, I was going to say my co-hosts are usually quite vocal too. So are you a cat lover? Is that why you got a cat in your thing?
Yes.
How many cats do you have?
I'm an animal lover, but a dog is more work than I'm capable of doing right now. A cat is barely is less.
Do you just have the one cat?
Yes. I know. You're not normally supposed to, but the way I found that they bond with you better if you. And he never wants for attention. So if I ever had another cat at this point, I think he would kill me because he would say, "What does that mean? Are you not going to play?"
And see, that's the thing.
I'm expecting call all hours of the day and night. I think my hand is got carpal tunnel from all the petting. But he will howl at me like that if I did not give him enough attention. So right now he's saying, "You're up and moving," and you're still on the phone.
See, my life is ran by my 3 Russian blue. Well, they're all silver cats. One is a Nebelung and one is a Korat and one is a mix of a Russian blue. They're mom and daughter, and I thought that they would like a friend, so I brought them a boyfriend, and they don't like him. They've had him for 4 years now. They don't like him at all. So Boo Boo is my boyfriend, and so you'll get to know my 3 silver little cat gods around here. I'm just a slave to them. So it'll be fun getting to know you. Well, thank you so much. And thank you to the chat. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much, Snow White, for coming over here. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience.
I will. So my audience knows I will finish the Jaylani Day case because I do care about that. And it's a fascinating case. They still have not found anything on him, and I don't know how that's possible.
Don't ever believe the headlines. You need to find those answers. You have the talent. You have the brain.
He has been 18. It's been 18 months since he was found, since his body was found, and they are no closer today than they were 18 months ago. And I just find that completely unacceptable.
It's
So I will get back to that, but we had just started talking about it when somebody came over and said, "Hey, you got to go over to Tabitha's," and I said, "Okay."
well, thank you so much for doing that. Continue the content for that. And like all of you guys, like I say, I think 10% of my videos, because I've done 300 videos, I think 10% are Michelle. If I've done 33, 34. So 10% are Michelle. There's content on every other thing you want to know about, from cats to my cooking to all things Chris Watts and the backwards way in, Shankilla Robinson, like I say, George Floyd. We talked about Diane Downs, the Dre, everything's there. It's all there. So I built it so
I would really like
guys
to
will
do
come.
Danny Masterson. The next one I have in mind is I really want to do Danny Masterson and Scientology.
Well, oh yes, let's do that because yes,
He was
let's
just
do the
convicted.
Scientology. Well, if we do Scientology, though, aren't they going to come and find us and take us away?
They might. So lots of good
Stumbling in, you're always welcome.
on my channel, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
Thank you guys all. Please like and subscribe if you like this. And you guys can always reach out to me at tabithajane0@gmail.com. And I just loved this chat. You guys are so amazing. And Snow White, it is a pleasure. You are absolutely my long lost best friend in all of this. I'm so glad that our paths crossed. It is a good thing that has happened out of the fascination of human behavior that we have observed. And there are going to be many, many more good things coming out than there will be negative. We're going to make sure of it.
There you go. Okay. Well, guys, I always say there are lots of channels that you could be watching and tons of videos, and that you gave us so many hours of your time tonight. I'm eternally grateful and pleasantly shocked.
Me too. I'm humbled. I am so thankful for all of the time that people dedicated to listening to us just sitting there with our flabby gums, So thank you guys. Thank you. Good night. Have a good week, okay? Thank you.
Night.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Good night, everybody.